Hey, you guys. I'm actually starting this a little bit earlier because honestly, I don't feel the best, you know? And I kind of just wanted to have this discussion before I got too tired and just didn't have the energy to have this discussion. But I'm going to open the panel up to basically whoever wants to come on and discuss this. But before I do, I want to just kind of explain why I wanted to do this video and what my personal thoughts are on it. So, first of all, I decided to do this video. It was on my mind because I did a couple of commentaries on my Patreon and my memberships page regarding several incidents uh, with Black women. And in all of the incidents, the Black women were acting very aggressive. Like in some cases, they were literally trying to fight men. Two of the cases, they were literally trying to fight men, getting up in men's faces, what you're going to do, I'll beat your ass, and all this kind of stuff. And I just felt it was so cringeworthy. I was just like, wow, just, ugh, like that's such unladylike behavior to act like that. And it just got me thinking of the conversations I see on YouTube about protection of women. And I thought in my life, I have never had an issue with male protection, right? That's never been an issue for me. And there are sometimes I feel I garnered more male protection than others, right? So I started to wonder, are there not ways that women behave that invoke male protection automatically, like on a natural level? And are there ways that women behave that make them not seem in need of protection? And I know that this is a very controversial topic. Um, and I know that it makes people uncomfortable, but I got to keep it real. Like in the thumbnail for this video, I put a lot of different women, and the visceral reaction that I would imagine men having when they see these women of, all Black women of various skin shades, of various ages, is that if they saw them in danger, they would protect them. And I know that seems really simple, but I think that the way you carry yourself has a lot to do with whether or not you'll be protected in a situation, right? So there is, okay, let me give just an example. You know that woman that got punched by the cop? The cop punched her in the face or slapped her, whatever he did. For those of you who don't know, there's this woman, she was at an airport. She missed her plane. She felt some kind of way. And the police came because she was being belligerent. And then she got up in the face of the cop and was like literally 3 millimeters from his face, like she was ready to sock him. What are you gonna do? What the fuck are you gonna do? And all that kind of stuff, right? And he popped her in the face. All right. And I was giving an example, I think either on my membership page or on my Patreon, I was giving an example of a young lady where I was on BART and she had her baby with her, a little child with her that was in a stroller. And she was sitting on a seat reserved for elderly people. And she had her stroller in front of her, and some lady tried to sit next to her, and the lady, bumped the stroller as she was sitting down. And this young Black girl, she's like, what the fuck? You fucking hit my stroller. Don't you see my baby sitting there? And da 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 da. And, just really just popping off like automatically. And I said to her, she was on the phone and she was like cussing the lady out and on the phone at the same time and being loud. And I said, you have your baby with you. Do you want these people to take your baby? you know? So just this kind of belligerent behavior for no good reason. I know this is a touchy subject, right? It's a touchy subject, but let's touch on it. I feel like both of those examples are examples of women that, if they were behaving that way and found themselves distressed, there would be a huge portion of men who would not feel like protecting them. And when I took my poll, my community poll, I know a lot of people were uncomfortable when they found out that the majority of men feel protective over feminine women, women who obviously need their protection, right? Versus a woman who's just trying to start mess because she thinks some guy's going to jump in for her. So, you know, that chick who's going to pop off at the mouth to a man because she's expecting the men that she's with to fight after she starts some beef with somebody, or women who think they're men and will get up in the face of a man and threaten to fight a man, which personally for me, I'm not going to do as a woman. I'm not trying to be hit by a man. I'm not going to try to get in a man's face and, you know, act like I'm about to fight him, you know, because to me, if you're going to put yourself in a place where you're willing to fight a man, well, then you're kind of, you don't need male protection. You've already said, you know, and honestly, I can't lie. That woman who got hit in the face by the cop, she didn't even fall down. She like was still standing. I was amazed because he hit her hard, you know? And are some women just hardened like that? And then my other question is, if women are hardened that way, how does that reflect? Because, you know, as Black people, they always see us as a monolith and we see each other as a monolith. Does a segment of Black women behaving like that then reflect on all Black women? So anyway, I'm going to put the link in the chat for those who want to join. But, you know, I know it's a controversial topic, but I cannot lie. I feel that if you exhibit, and I know there's a whole sector of women who feel like, you know, you shouldn't have to be the most feminine. You shouldn't have to be, you know, helpless. You shouldn't have to garner male protection. But the thing is, if you got your dukes up and are all up in people's faces and being loud, and you're saying you can beat a man's butt, then you can't turn around then after you've already said, I'm gonna whip a man's ass, and then expect a man to protect you. It's like, you got this, girl. You have this covered, right? You could do this on your own. And it's not attractive. Like, as a woman, not even as a man, as a woman, the behavior in our women, and not all of our women, I'm not saying that. I don't even know that it's most of our women, but it's a very visible minority who act like this. And just in the same way, any man should not automatically expect female, you know, submission. Any man shouldn't expect every woman off the street to listen to him. That's the same way every woman should not expect to be protected, especially if you carry yourself in a way that's not warranting it. Same thing with men. If you carry yourself in a disgusting way, then don't expect respect and submission from women. But the same thing applies to women. We cannot just be out here. You know, I was so disgusted. Like, I'm not going to give a full commentary because I did that on my membership page. But that Chipotle incident with the mother and her daughter, I was so disgusted. Like, I don't even care about the white woman. Okay, she took it up to 30 degrees above what was needed, right? She took it up to 30 degrees above what was needed. But I don't even care about that. I care about like this mom that was out there acting belligerent with her daughter with her. Like, what the heck are you doing? Who does that? Who's threatening to fight people with their kids with them? And then if we don't get protection, but that's the image of Black women, then come on now. It's like that woman she's like, she's going to beat a man's butt. She's like, I'll beat your white ass too. And she's talking to a man and then is going to tell her daughter after a gun gets pulled out to call a man to come up there to help her. Well, chick, you were talking about you're going to beat everybody's ass. You're going to beat men's asses, women's asses. You have this covered. But now when somebody pulls a gun out on you, you want to tell somebody to call this dude that just left you at Chipotle to come back to do what? To clean up the mess you made? After you have loked up to everybody? You're loking up to people with penises. You're loking up to people with vaginas. You're just ready to fight in general. Anyway, what's up, Black Gamer Girl?
Oh, hi.
Hi. What are your thoughts on this? Do we bear any responsibility in whether or not we receive protection from men?
Can you repeat?
I said, do we bear any responsibility in whether or not we receive protection from men?
Okay, so as I said earlier, like I'm only 18. I haven't dated anyone, but like listening to like I'm not gonna like say a YouTuber's name because I don't want to like do that, but this chick who talks about like colorism and femininity and stuff like that. I listen to her videos and this other chick who talks about like femininity and like racial stuff. But they talk about like um one second. Okay, they talk about how like you should work on how you should like have confidence and like when it comes to men, like you can't be like fighting men and stuff like that because it's like it's like with the whole thing like the protesting and stuff, how can you be feminine if you're like acting like a man? Like that's not feminine to say, like I'm vulnerable, I'm shy, I need you, and then it's like, oh, I'm gonna run shit, I can do this, I can do that. It's like I thought you needed me. It's like you say one thing but you do another. For me, it's like I wouldn't say I need you, I want this, that, but then my actions show, oh, I don't really need you because I can do it myself, you know?
Yeah, I do. Here's the thing. I think it's healthy for women to be independent in the sense that you need to be capable of taking care of yourself, right? All women may not get married. You're not going to be married. All women don't have the luxury of living in their parents' house until they go into their husband's house. So independence in the sense that you can care for yourself, like you're not going to go homeless, you're not going to go hungry, you can support yourself, you're resourceful. I think that's very important. But I think that's a far cry from being manly. And I think when you reach a point and we're not talking, I saw somebody mentioning the chat like temper tantrums. Okay, women are going to throw temper tantrums, okay? A temper tantrum, if you want to call it that, or just a woman getting upset and being emotional is just a woman being a woman. That's very different from a woman like marching around like she's got testosterone on 10, waiting to fight anybody and everybody at any time. That's very different than a woman being highly belligerent. That's very different from a woman getting herself in precarious situations and then expecting somebody to bail her out. Me personally, this whole breed of women that is out trying to fight, doesn't care if their children are present, is ready to fight a dude, like that's very self-destructive behavior to me. I don't understand that. I don't understand that. I don't understand. So Wealthy Firefighter said, men should protect women, but not stand in the way of retribution for a woman's poor choices. And the rebuttal from Undiscovered TV is Wealthy Firefighter. Would a white man say that? Well, let's not care what white people would say. Let's how about that? You know what I mean? let's not even make it like about a comparison about what white people would say. Because when we say that it's like they are the standard for what we will or won't do, I mean, I understand what you're saying, Undiscovered TV. So I'm not picking on your comment. I'm just saying we always seem to make white people the standard for what should be done. Like it's almost like, what would Jesus do? But with white people, what will white people do? Do you know what I mean? It's like let's not.
Irene,
Yeah.
I was saying I didn't mean like in my post earlier. I can understand like what you're mentioning now, where it would seem like I was coming off. Like, we're not saying you're talking about me, but I'm just thinking like in my comments, I was using comparisons, and I didn't mean for it to sound like, oh well, if it's white, it's right. Like, I'll be the first person to say, you know what, if it's white, sometimes it's crazy, you know. But back to what you were saying about that girl yelling in that guy's face. I'm really like, I'm talking here now. I'm not showing my face, but I'm talking here, and basically this painting, it really looks like me in real life. Ironically, I don't know where it came from. I just found it on Pinterest. But anyways, I can't imagine getting up in a guy or a man's face, or even a peer that's a male, and yelling at them and going off and doing all that stuff. Oh my goodness! It just hearing you talk about it in the chat, I was all like, "This is crazy." I am so shy. Like, getting up in a man's face and then yelling, doing all this extra shit is scary. Like, when I see videos like that, like, I remember there's this video where there's this black woman and this black guy. I mean, not black guy. Sorry. It was this white guy who pulled out a gun on her in a parking lot, and it was black guys that were recording it. And he had punched her in her face like 3 times, and she had to get her jaw, get surgery on her jaw because he punched her because she was in his parking spot or something. I don't know if you saw that video. It was from a while ago, but I was just like, oh my gosh, that was terrifying. That was so terrifying. I don't know how, when I see these videos of black women popping off about the mouth, getting in men's face, I'm thinking, oh my gosh, what are you doing? Like, it's so scary to me.
Yeah, I definitely think that we as women, but then again, but some women can take a hit like that. And this is what I'm talking about. The point of men protecting women is the idea is that we cannot protect ourselves. And although, Dillard, I agree a lot of white women get belligerent as well, this is what I'll say. Okay, this is what I'll say. I'll say this. There are, in my mind, and men can come up here and tell me if I'm wrong. Mr. is going to be up here shortly. But there are 3 types of women when it comes to male protection. There are feminine women who just innately, like, a man sees that they're distressed and something in them feels compelled to protect her. There are women who are viewed purely as sexual objects. So there may be some protection, but there's going to be more exploitation. So when men see them, they don't feel protective of them. They feel predatory toward them, right? So let me run it down again. There's feminine women. Men innately feel the need to protect them, right? There are women who are viewed as sexual objects, so men don't feel protective over them, but it does trigger like a primal sort of like carnal desire to sleep with them, but without protection. So that would be the chick who gets fucked but doesn't get any respect, right? And then there are masculine women where men just feel no desire to protect them whatsoever, and they also aren't feeling particularly sexually attracted to them, right? So they're almost viewed like men. And for me, I feel like, and of course, there's areas between that, but I feel like those are the 3 types of women men encounter, right? So and the thing is, we have to, as women, and I'm not saying this is right or wrong or anything. I'm just saying it is what it is. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, we can idealize what we want it to be, all that we want, but at the end of the day, it is what it is. You know what I mean? There's a point you can cross where you're putting out too much sex appeal, where nobody feels protective over you. They just feel like whoever gets to fuck you first is who gets to do it first, right? There's a line you can cross where you're being too aggressive and doing too much, that men start to view you basically like another man. And there's women, as I was about to say earlier, who can literally just like take a punch and stuff. Like the woman who got hit by the cop. How is she still standing? I'm positive I would pass out if a man hit me like that. So it's like, what are you on? That a man could punch you that hard and you don't even fall down. Well, that just reinforces that you didn't need protection. Because you have, now I'm not saying there are reasons that women become these ways. I'm just saying we have to recognize as women that whether we like it or not, men don't feel overwhelmingly. There's some men who will protect a woman no matter what. But honestly, I don't feel the majority of men function that way. And we can be upset about it, or we can just, recognize the reality. I mean, fire is hot. I may not like the fact that fire is hot, but you know what? It's not going to stop being hot because I don't like it. And I don't see the rules of this game changing because collectively as women, we don't like it. Us getting in an uproar and complaining and being contrary over this is not going to solve the problem. We may just have to accept that reality is reality. Some things work certain ways.
Yeah, I see where you're coming from. Regardless to back to like the whole spectrum thing, I feel like I fall somewhere in the middle. Not that I'm like a prostitute or anything, like not that, because I've already mentioned before that I haven't been sexual, but in the sense that like I'm what you would say like a plain Jane. Like I feel like my personality is feminine, but like um as I mentioned in the community tab, like I'm just now starting my feminine journey like since May. And before I would just like jeans and a sweatshirt. Like I'm like I can't remember what it's called, like a tomboy, but like one of the guys, like that type of thing. But I'm trying to be like more feminine on the outside and stuff. But like yeah, I understand what you're saying because when talking about like and I'm not trying to sound like a pick me or like male identified, but I mean like if it was like men, it's like women want guys who are successful. Like men are judged off their success and women are judged off their beauty. So, that's just the world standards, globally. So if it's like
Right.
if a guy, they may be nice or whatever, but they don't have any money, it's like, you don't fuck with broke dusties. Girl, she may be, sweet, but I can understand, like if she's, not what you want a woman to look like, then you may pass. So I get that. I definitely understand it from that sense.
Yeah, and here's the thing. Even like being a tomboy, because a tomboy is something a little bit different, even then, than a woman who literally is like ready to fight a guy, that will get up in a guy's face. A tomboy, okay, so she might sit and watch sports with you, things like that.
Oh
I'm
no, I hate sports. I
okay.
mean like tomboy by like like I'm shy and like my personality again is like feminine, but like I wouldn't like hearing these feminine videos. They'll talk about, oh, make sure you always look good, and they'll talk about things you do to your face and everything else. And I look in the mirror all the time and like I'll put on lotion and stuff, make sure I'm not ashy. But they're talking about make sure your hair always looks like this. And usually I would have box braids in. Right now I don't because I'm natural, and I want to really remain that way for a while because I've worn box braids since I was in 8th grade. So yeah, but um, like when I met like Tomboy, it was just like a colorful example. More like my personality is like I would just not dress as feminine. Like I'm too shy to talk to people most of the time, so it's like I really need to work on my outer appearance, like matching instead of just wearing like sweatpants, sweatshirt, leggings, sweatshirt, and I usually wear my hoodie on and not talk to people. So I'm saying my demeanor was very much in the shell, plain Jane, tomboy esque, like, so I need to work on, and I am working on being more feminine, like, as far as looks, like, wear makeup or, wear lip gloss and, you know, um, like make sure your face looks, clean and sharp and, very, formal and stuff like that. That's what I meant. Not
Yeah,
like
and
I'm one of the guys.
honestly, I think that there's something to it. Again, whether we women like it or not, there's something to having a very feminine appearance. There is a protection in femininity, like whether we like that to hear that or not. There's something that, if you're wearing, a lovely dress, it can have a sense of sexiness to it, but like, not body con, not super short, not super low cut, like all that can't be going on at one time, but just something that is pretty, flowy, feminine. If you're well put together, then you don't have to worry about approaching a door and that not getting open. You don't have to worry about somebody saying, excuse me, or apologizing for cursing around you. You don't have to worry about, if you're being hassled, somebody immediately stepping up and being like, are you okay? Like the lady has said she doesn't want to speak to you or something like that, because the men surrounding you will automatically associate you with those things versus, let's say, all right, if you are, in jeans where your butt crack is showing and you're being really loud and belligerent and you're smoking on a cigar and, you're cursing and you know what I mean, all that stuff, that may affect if somebody's opening the doors for you. That may affect if you start to be hassled, if somebody feels the need to step in. That may affect, men's reactions to you. They may not feel that it's not okay to curse around you or whatever. Do you know what I mean? They might.
Yeah. And that butt crack thing, you're gonna make me pass out laughing. That was funny. But yeah, like I never dressed like there was also like feminine conversations like make sure your clothes aren't too tight, too loose. Like I wear clothes that fit me. It's just they aren't the most feminine, you know, looking. Like they're girl jeans, girl clothes, but it's like no one wants to see a girl that wears leggings and sweatpants all the time or leggings and sweatshirts all the time. So I mean like I bought recently I like trying to revamp my wardrobe, so I bought like heels and like blouses and stuff like that and like bodysuits. But yeah, that women wearing clothes that are too tight, yeah, that's not cute.
Mister, what do you think? Does certain behavior out of women invoke a protective mechanism in men or a non-protective mechanism in men?
You talking to me?
No, I was talking to Mister, and then I'd like you to chime in, Uncle Locke.
All right.
Um, so can you catch me up? Has there been more content, around this, or is it just the question which you just asked?
Well, I mean, literally, I just said that I think certain behaviors out of women provoke men to not want to protect them. And I said that I feel that there are three types of women overall. So there are feminine women who automatically invoke a natural sort of protective mechanism in men. There are women who are viewed only as sexual objects, so they don't provoke a protective mechanism in men. In fact, they provoke a sort of animalistic mechanism in men, where they deal with them purely for sex. And that there are women that are manly that don't provoke a protective mechanism in men because they're viewed almost like men. That would be those women who are trying to fight men, who are heavily aggressive, belligerent, stuff like that. So I felt like those are the three places as women, like overall, obviously there are gray shaded areas that we can fall in, either under protection because we're feminine, either viewed as sexual objects, so we don't receive any protection because we're being looked at as sort of prey, so to speak, or masculine women who aren't given protection because they're viewed kind of like men.
Yeah, okay. Well, thanks for the setup, giving me the content and the context. So, what you have conveyed may be the case, but it shouldn't be the case. And here's why. I'm going to give you a couple analogies why I feel that it shouldn't be the case. Regardless of the woman's disposition, her makeup, her attire, or her lack of femininity or not, right? It shouldn't be the case that that's one of the ways in which we weigh our parameter as men, and particularly black men, if we're going to get involved in protecting our women. I mean, to me, that notion is silly that we're
Wait,
going to.
but what's the reality?
No, no, no. I'm saying that I've already conveyed that that may be the case, but I'm pushing back on that because the whole thing is silly. Let me give you an analogy. So I have a student um, who is very, my goodness, how can I? He's indignant, right? He's often belligerent. He often bites the hand that feeds him. He plays the victim role, so on and so forth, right? And he even came at me throughout this last semester a little sideways. Excuse me. And I've been one of his biggest advocates, right, in trying to help him, with his various situations, whether it's financial aid, so on and so forth, right? Just trying to support this young brother and, trying to help him navigate successfully through, his college, experience. And so I had to catch myself when he came at me with an email kind of sideways. I was like, what? Because the hood was coming out of me. I was like, I had to catch myself, because sometimes we have to protect people from themselves. And I'm making that analogy to say the same thing about our women. So even if they're acting belligerent and everything in some type of way, yeah, that doesn't give them right or license to do that. And we need, and actually, well, other sisters should hold them accountable because I think it's more of a sister's place. And I think it's our place too with the right way of approaching that. But I think it doesn't give us, the license to not be the protectors of our women. And again, I'm not excusing the behaviors that you outlined. I don't agree with those things. But again, it doesn't give us the right to say, oh, well, she's acting heck of masculine. Oh, she's dressing like a tomboy. Well, she was talking reckless. She needs to get it then. I don't think that's the position that we men should take. And again, that doesn't give license to women to talk and act any type of way. Hell, when I was young, we were just playing basketball, right? It was about 5 of us. And, we were in McDonald's laughing and just shooting, talking crap with each other. And this one female ran up on all of us, like literally ran up on all of us. Like she said, "What's up, blood?" And she looked at all of us like I'll knock all you Negroes out. And we looked at her and we just kind of laughed because I'm like, okay, you can't be serious. You know what I mean? It's like 5, 7 of us. And then we're like, okay, she must be packing or something because for her to just run up on all of us. But again, it was just laughable because I'm like, what in the heck is wrong with her? But again, it doesn't excuse the behavior. But even with foolish people like that, we still have to protect them. We have to protect fools. We have to protect young people. We have to protect old people. And sometimes we have to protect people from themselves. And so what I'll say in regard to this is that while I agree that, women should maintain some type of femininity, the truth of the matter is not everyone is going to do that. And we need to make sure that as Black men in particular, we're still protecting our women because, we're in a situation that we're damned if we do, we're damned if we don't. And so if we took the positionality that you're taking, we would be viewed as, oh, you ain't S, you ain't this, regardless of which she was or what she wasn't, you shouldn't let people do this or that to her. And I would agree with that. But we still need to check and hold our women and our brothers too accountable to make sure we're protecting the people within our community.
Uncle Locke, what are your thoughts on this?
See me, I mean, my situation is a little bit different. I was basically raised by I would say alpha females. Um, so it's my take on the situation is a tad bit different, and my life experience is different as well. I myself put women, black women, in a high esteem. If you're acting like a man or wanting to be a man, from my standpoint, I don't constitute you a woman as a woman. I mean, you can be an alpha female and still be a woman, and still be feminine. It's just like, you know, I mean, my take is this. It depends on the situation. If she is willing to, it just depends on the situation. Because I've seen females beat guys up. So from my standpoint, it's all about the situation. I mean, maybe it's because of my environment, but me personally, I'm attracted to aggressive females. Um, so that's my take. If that makes any sense.
No, it does. It does. And I do really want to make the distinction from what the ideal would be to what the reality is. Because as women, right, and there's so many complaints from Black women that they are not being protected, we can't function in the ideal. We have to function as like how men really do react to us and our behavior, and recognize, like, no matter how it should be, that I think when I polled, over 50% of men were like, I would most likely protect a woman who was feminine. And only, I think, 20 something or 30% of men said they would protect a woman no matter how she behaved. So I think we have to, as women, recognize that, right? Recognize what the ideal would be from how people viscerally react when they're put in those situations. Everybody is not going to view, no matter how you're behaving. And then, on one side, Mr. said, we thought it was kind of funny when this girl was coming up and doing that. On the other side, Uncle Locke was saying, I've seen a woman who will fight a man, who could really take a hit. And I saw that too. Like I said, when that cop punched that woman in the face, she didn't even budge, really. I was shocked. I was like, how? How do you not move? And a man smacked you like that. So is the instinct then to protect her from the men standing by? Because she looks like she's got this. She got up in his face. She was 3 millimeters away from his face. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? He popped her. She barely moved backward. Like, does that invoke the same response out of you as a feminine woman would? I mean, in all honesty, Black ambassadors, what is your thoughts on this?
Yeah, first of all, hello to everybody, and thanks for the invite. Thanks for allowing me on the platform. I definitely hear. I know it's realistic to talk about the now and the time that we live in now. Like, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? I definitely think it's something that we have to also look at curing from the root. And instead of a reactionary response to how we protect our women, we need to take a more proactive response on it. And then you ask yourself a question, why aren't other women attacked in other cultures? And is it because Chinese men are very diesel? Is it because white people are very strong and masculine? I think they protect themselves beyond the actual physical ramifications. They don't have to react as such because they already have media, information, you understand, working with them and for them already, to make another population passive like that, to make another population not even see people in their population as a threat. And even if so, white women has brutalized massive amounts of people, but for a large part, people still think she's an innocent woman who holds no power and no sway. And that's not true at all. But nevertheless, propaganda defeats the mind. So I think a lot of other cultures protect their culture by ensuring this information, ensuring that their nations are strong, ensuring that they do all these things. And as we talk about what everybody else brought up, what are we going to do when we see this and what this happens? That's very reactionary. And we have to stop being so reactionary and moving through life as a reactionary force. And we have to start implementing strategies that are going to protect us in the long run and not even allow a situation like that to manifest itself. How many times have you seen other people be aggressive to white women? Like just punch them all out. Have you ever seen a man do that? Have you ever seen a black woman really do that? And it's not so much. And that's because, like I said, they have good proactive. They have very good strategies that's not even in somebody's mind. That's not even something that people would react to. So I think if we as men started to come together and organize and strategize to protect our communities beyond just the reaction in the moment. Now, I'm not saying that's bad, but I'm adding to the conversation of different ways and techniques we can implement that to make sure that our communities are protected, and our women especially.
So then let me ask you this
Mhm.
for the men on the panel. So if all women, regardless of behavior, receive equal protection, then what is the incentive, right, for women who exhibit behavior that's more appropriate if all behavior is equally, all women receive equal protection? And you could say the adverse to men. If all men get the same kind of respect from women, then what separates those men who are functioning properly in the community from, those who aren't? So does a blanket approach actually reinforce bad behavior?
Have you ever seen one of those social experiments where it's let's say a foreigner from whatever country, let's say a black person, right, inside a place like Russia, and Russians are beating up on the black person. Mostly people continue to move. People just continue to move throughout the day, even in situations where it was a black woman and they were being beaten up by Russians, whether they were women also, right? Most people just continue to move. But as soon as, regardless of what was happening, as soon as they saw someone attacking their people, they just moved in. And not because Russians would do that in the middle of America. They have their culture and they're inside their nation and they're protected, or in their communities. So when they did see that, they automatically crashed down and just intervened. Nobody was punching or scrapping up. Of course, some people intervened and they wanted to, of course, physically fight, but other people came in to mediate and tried to stop it. You understand? So once again, I would say that it has to be something like that, because there is reasons and there's barriers. And if we, like I said, institute proactive techniques also and strategies, then we can actually build that culture and build that relationship. But we're not going to just have it from the situation we're sitting in now. We have to intentionally move towards that. And I think other cultures have that because, of course, like I said, they're very protected inside their communities and their nations. It's a very serious thing that we might not examine enough and really think about. We're like, oh, this girl was doing this at the McDonald's, so how are we going to react? We're like all integrated and we're going that way. When was the last time you seen Chinese people just going about? They usually have their own communities. They have their own grocery stores. Yeah. Like they'll probably go to school with you and that's about it. Right. But for the most part, they stick to themselves. This is how they mitigate the interactions of threats and violence from other groups. They mitigate it by staying to their own.
Is that true?
What's that?
I mean, you go to China, American brands are popular in China, and you use Russia as an example, right?
Yeah.
The Russians are notorious wife beaters. So
no,
I
didn't say
that being
about
an example.
them not having internal conflict. I'm talking about like outside of groups attacking them. You dig what I'm saying? So we're dealing with how we're going to protect black women. Okay, are we talking about internal? That's one thing. And then are we talking about outside? That's another thing.
All right, but there's two different questions there. Okay, so
of course. So I'm answering the one external.
Well, is the topic about protecting black women from whom?
Are we talking
from whom?
I could talk about also internal, but those are, like I said, and you just said, those are two different things.
Yeah, because what I was going to push back on is the idea that these other cultures are any different. For example, Slavic culture, which includes Russia, notorious for being patriarchal, oppressing their women. You know, until basically communism took hold, women weren't educated at all, right? And there's still many remnants of that, to the point where it's lampooned now that they want to go back to that more traditional orthodox style of patriarchy. The women the women know their place, the men know their place. So I don't think it's that simple to say blacks are dealing with anything out of the ordinary.
I didn't say simple, but have you ever seen an African go in and slap up Russian girls? No. That's what I was.
Have I ever seen an African?
Internally, yes, they have issues, but that's their business. I mean, it's not about, for me, it's not about male protection of Yugoslavian women. That's not my agenda. They have a nation. That's their business. So
well, I mean, you can look at Ukraine right now. Between Russia and Ukraine are fighting right now, and the women are in the mix of that. We had all these mass rapes in Bosnia. You had all the rape in Grozny.
War, exactly. Yes, war. Outside forces, people fighting.
Well, so I'm saying, who is that? Like, well, in the case of, say, Yugoslavia and Grozny and the rest, you have an imperial state that has swallowed up a smaller ethnicity inside, like the Chechens, for example, right? Or what we saw in Yugoslavia with the Serbs, who were sort of the hegemon over the Bosnians, the Croats, and the Slovenes. So it really depends, like, where do you draw the line between, okay, in America, it's a very vanilla white majority, right? Or at least a power structure. And then blacks have our own little enclave inside. That situation is replicated in many other places around the world, including in China, right? Look at China and Tibet. China has hegemony over several other ethnicities that are within Greater China. But
that's their business. I was just talking about male protection as far as black women and our communities, protecting them internally, of course. And I didn't speak about that one, but mainly also protecting them. And what I was talking about is externally, right?
Well, internally from whom? From black men?
Internally, like black people with black people, mitigating, education, of course, mentoring, and all these other different things that we could utilize to improve our relationships inside the black community. And then also at the same time, running concurrently, is things that we need to actually focus on externally, like other people slapping up our women, other people violating our women many times. So we have to figure out techniques to do that. And it's not one without the other. They're not in contradiction. They both need to be done.
Well, are we talking about domestic violence, like lovers' quarrels, where the man is abusing the wife or the girlfriend?
You can talk about domestic violence. You could talk about people who don't know each other, right? Many different ways of conflict between black women and black men. And that's another conversation, or not another conversation, but that's also one thing. But I was talking about also, like I had said previously, other people having conflict with us and our women in male protection, black male protection, as far as protection with our people and against from outside forces. I'm not talking about China, Yugoslavia. I only mention that to say outsiders, people who are not part of their culture or nationality, mainly.
Like other American men? You mean non-black?
To it. Go ahead.
Non-black American men beating on black women?
Non-black American men beating on black women. Yes, that would be an external person outside of our group, which would be the black community, bringing harm or conflict in any way, not physical, but also verbal, many other different forms to our community. It's not only physical conflict that our women face, but also verbal conflict, not beyond just somebody saying something to them, but also propaganda that's placed out against them in movies and media.
Like
and
what?
What do you mean? Like what?
What kind of propaganda? Yeah.
Oh, massive amounts of propaganda from Netflix, the way they portrayed it, the angry black woman, the mammy, Aunt Jemima. I mean, it's extensive.
Is Aunt Jemima propaganda? Is Aunt Jemima that bad?
No, I mean, even if that's an actual person, the actual uplifting and the symbolism of Aunt Jemima, can you name one of a different community? Especially, like I said, Euro-American or white American?
Well, Colonel Sanders, he's a caricature of a white.
Yeah, but he's just a rich white guy who's got a business.
Well, Aunt Jemima is a chef. Uncle Ben is a chef.
Yeah, and there's massive amounts of propaganda and extends on many levels. But
But
like
I
I
don't
said,
see that as
I'm not the
propaganda.
only one who mentioned propaganda as far in the media. I'm not the first one to say this. And that's also a thing that we need to protect and ask Black women. And then also you have experiments, the doll child experiment and many other different type of experiments in many other different type of media, not only coming from me as a Black American, but also coming from white scholars and sociologists who looked at the information and looked at the Black exploitation movies and films of this nature that's been not only in Hollywood, but has continued to things like Netflix.
All right, talk about Hollywood. How
And
about Wesley Snipes and Denzel Washington, for example? Is that an
I'm
example of
talking
Black
about like,
exploitation?
so I'm talking about like institutional, bigger than just Denzel Washington and Wesley Snipes. So I'm talking about.
I mean, you're speaking in these really vague
Even if you ask
abstractions.
Denzel Washington has said many times in his career the limitations and the roles that he's always been subjugated into, right? In his acting, in his career. So this is not me speaking it. This is Denzel Washington speaking about the limitations of his roles and what he felt about his own career. Or also Wesley Snipes, hence why he did a lot of movies on his own in independence. So he said, hey, they weren't giving me the role, so I decided to create. They only gave me certain specific roles. This is also from Wesley Snipes. I'm not talking about him. I'm talking about what he had said.
But don't all actors have to go through that? I mean, the majority of actors are not going to go and.
I'm just telling you what they said. You can ask Denzel, and you can.
No,
ask
I get you, but what I'm saying is that I don't think
bringing up information to the conversation. You can't ask me, hey, what doesn't all actors go? I don't know. You can.
Well, yeah, we know they
You
can't.
can ask Wesley Snipes, but these are things that they said and things that have been shown throughout just cinema history. And Tyler Perry, one of the biggest production studios out there, he has also said that he dealt with these problems. So.
Excuse me.
Go
What's
ahead.
the question again?
Let's kind of stay on subject.
Yeah.
I mean, my feeling is this:
Yeah, most definitely.
if we my situation or my perception or my take is this: if I see a black, like I seen a video, I'm not going to shout out the other table channel, but it was basically a situation where a white woman spit on a black woman. And the black women, they wanted to get at the white girl, and the white man was protecting his girl. So long story short, one of the black women tried to attack the white woman, and then the white man started fighting the black woman, and then a black man out of nowhere defended her and did what he was supposed to do. That is a situation that that was an appropriate response in regards to what she's talking about as far as the subject. Now, if I see a cop punch a black woman in her face and she can hold her own, I'm be honest, I'm just gonna watch. But if I see her getting her ass whooped, I'm gonna jump in. And that's just me as a man. Now, like I say, I don't know if it's because of the environment I come from. I've seen females whip guys' butt. I've seen my aunt whip males' butt. Both of my aunts. So it's not it's all about the situation. If you can handle yourself, then I don't think that I'm needed. Now, if you can't handle yourself, I jump in. That's my take on it.
That kind of goes
what's the
back to
original
what,
question? What's the original
Can
question?
I go next?
I just forgot the original question because it went sidebar. There was a question posed to the
Hello?
brother, and Irene said something about protecting everybody, and then there's no distinction. So, like, what makes it different? Something to that extent. And I just wanted to reiterate that question.
okay, I'll do that. And then, Young Gamer, what were you gonna say?
It's kind of a lot. If your thing is quick, I'll wait till you go.
No, I was just going to say, does certain behaviors in women elicit protective mechanisms in men versus others? And to some extent, Uncle Locke literally just said yes, right? If you seem like you can handle yourself, then I don't see the point in stepping in to protect you. if you seem like you can't, then I see a point in stepping in to protect you. But I also think that Black ambassadors brought in another layer, which is there might be protective mechanisms that are overarching, like Mr. was talking about when we talk about just how we allow our women to be treated by any and everybody versus what goes on like within our community. But overall, you know, my question is, because everybody's talking about women fighting and stuff, like, why is this appropriate behavior? I mean, why is it appropriate behavior for women to even be out there fighting and getting themselves in? You know, it's one thing to have somebody be an aggressor towards a woman. It's another thing for a woman just to be walking around the world as a mother, as a wife, as all this, you know, just getting into fights and like, where is this going on? Like, am I out of the loop? Because honestly, when I saw this footage of all these women behaving in these ridiculous ways, like that Chipotle footage where this woman was literally talking about beating people's ass with her child there, and her child wasn't even trained enough to go be protected somewhere. Her child was popping off at the mouth too. I'm like, where do you do that at? Where do you engage in that level of irresponsibility? Like that I don't understand. Go ahead, Gamer Girl.
Okay, so again, sorry if this is a lot. I wrote it down so I wouldn't forget. Sometimes I forget things. But what Mr. was saying earlier, I feel like it's like there are certain things that need to be dealt within the community, and there's a certain way outside the community. Like I remember in a video when you were talking to one of your daughters, I remember you said one of your rules is when in public, you know, you don't deny a Black person. I feel like in regards to this situation, it's like in the Black community, um, in regards to, you know, femininity and protection and stuff. Um, if you know these women and they're, you know, acted up, then, you know, if you choose not to protect them, then that's one thing. But in public, when you do that, that's where the problems come out for me, because that's why you see these non-Black men, they think they can just hit Black women, and then you'll have Black men in the video recording instead of helping, and that's because they know Black men aren't going to do anything, so they feel comfortable being disrespectful to Black women, hurting Black women, because the image is not that if you touch our women, we will hurt you. Like with them, it's like, you know, they are abusive to their women, you know, but it's like when outsiders are abusive to their women, they have been known to kill them, lynch them, jail them, and just about everything else, you know. And when they see Black men not do anything in presence of them, it makes it vulnerable for Black women, you know. And then to touch on what Black ambassadors was saying, um with the Black female protection as far as promotion, yeah, you know, white women, they have done lots of things, you know, yet and still they're seen as, you know, some blue-eyed, you know, blonde, you know, Cinderella chick. And I just, you know, and then with Black women, it's like you'll see propaganda, you know, with us and how we're portrayed, you know, like with the Tyler Perry movies, you know, we're, you know, struggling or something. Even with that Queen and Slim crap, we're on the lam, ride or die. You know, they'll get Black women up, even in these protests. They'll get these Black women who are screaming the loudest, you know, and go and interview them. You know, they're always trying to make us look crazy. And, you know, even when they do like magazines or these dating shows, they'll pick, you know, the ugliest looking Black woman. And even on these makeup sites, because I was ordering makeup this weekend, like on Milani or BH Cosmetics and stuff, they'll have pictures of women wearing their makeup, and like the non-Black women, they'll look nice, and then when it gets the Black women, they'll look, you know, okay, or they'll look bad, and they'll have them on the freaking website for the public to see them looking crazy, you know. So I definitely think, you know, we need to put out a better image, so that way, despite whether some are masculine, that does not overshadow, you know, because there's always going to be an angry, you know, Black woman. There's going to be one out there. Everyone knows one, I'm sure. Just like, you know, there's going to be a trailer trash park white girl, but that's not how people see white women, because they have different type of promotion than Black women do. It's constantly reinforced that they are feminine, you know, white feminine, and that if you're Black, you're masculine, you know, and that's constantly reinforced, you know, even with these protests, the shots that they're showing, you know, they're only showing, you know, the black women there that are the loudest, that are the most masculine, doing the most and everything else, you know. And then to touch on what Shot said, with the whole Aunt Jemima and Uncle Ben's thing, comparing that to the whole Colonel Sanders thing, I feel like that's not really a fair comparison, because white people like Quaker Oats, I think they own Uncle Ben's or Aunt Jemima. They're making money off of making those black people, like they use those black people. You know, they may, I don't even know if they're giving their families money, the black families, but they use them for their own benefit. It's not like black people own Colonel Sanders and are exploiting this white male or anything else like that. You know, that's white people exploiting white people, white on white, you know, bullshit. That has nothing to do with black people. Whereas they have used the image of Aunt Jemima and Uncle Ben for a profit, you know, which is wrong. So I feel like that's not really a fair comparison when it's not doing the same damage. And to I can't see your screen name because of the little the tab thing is blocking the names, but the one uh, Uncle Locke, to touch on what you said, I feel like I don't know if it was you, I can't remember now, but my last thing that I wrote down was the gender role reverse. I feel like to an extent, you know, regardless, this is specifically talking about again in the face of other races. It's important to always protect black women, because just like with black men, like, you know, with the whole not the little boy. I think the little boy was Trayvon Martin, not him. But in regards to the other cases with black men, like the I can't remember their names right now. Oh my gosh, but you know, the ones that get hurt by police and stuff like that. Um, there was one. It was the black guy who was colorist, saying, you know, black bitches bring dark days, and he has like this baby mama that's like Asian. I can't remember his name. And then you know, even the ones that have happened recently with black men, you know, whatever they may be in, whether it be criminal history or they're with non-black women or whatever, black women, um they, regardless of that, they always like protect them and stuff like that, to show that, you know what, it doesn't matter what they did, you know, you don't hurt our own, or it will be over. Like even right now, you know, I never thought I would like live to see this, you know, like this type of change and stuff. But like as far as right now, like I was watching Nickelodeon because they're doing this SpongeBob marathon, but they're doing this thing with the whole Nick discussion, Black lives and race, this whole little topic crap, and then, you know, they're trying to get rid of these symbolic, you know, give us symbolic wins with removing Aunt Jemima and stuff like that. And symbolic wins aren't really wins, but you know what I mean. They're doing all this because black women had put their foot on their shoulder to say, you know, it doesn't matter if you mess with one of us, you're gone, you know. And it's like I feel like that same pressure should be put on non-black men's shoulder, non-black people's shoulder, um, in regards to the women. Like if you hurt our women, you will feel the pain, you know, so that way they stop doing it. But yeah, sorry that was a lot, but I didn't want to interrupt because it's like rude, so I was just waiting till everybody talked. Thank you. I'm not leaving the chat. I'm just like, you know, thank you for letting me talk.
What I would like to say about it, I hope I ain't cutting nobody off or nothing like that, is that if we start over and clean the slate, then I would say, okay, let's do a blanket protection in regards to protect all black women regardless. Okay, let's start fresh today. Then I'm down with it. But me personally and my generation, I'm the wolf, so to speak. If anything happens, whether it's my mom or my sister or my female cousins, they call me. Now, I have overreacted in a lot of cases, but I don't know. I didn't know how to respond any other way other than that. So, and because they're my family and I protect them and I'm extra sensitive in their protection and pursuant of their protection. Now, I've had females that done did somebody dirty call me. You up here starting fights and, you know, setting people up, snitching on people, and basically putting people's life in jeopardy. Once I found out, I said, I've made it clear that you can't call me when you out there violating people, getting people life in jeopardy. You know what I mean? Putting people in prison, or you know what I mean, just starting a bunch of drama. You can't call me, and I can't defend you when you're doing nonsense of that nature. So, based on my life experience, I have to, look at it on from that aspect. I can't just be a blanket unless we start fresh and clean the slate and create a black constitution where we abide by these certain rules and regulations within the black collective.
I think that's
Go ahead, brother.
no. I think that's the whole point. Is that where is this level of equality when it comes to protection? And what I mean by that is, if we have a person that's defenseless, whether it be a small guy, whether it be a petite guy, whether it be a big lady, but she's defenseless, versus someone who's initiating situations, and you're coming in as a guy, risking sometimes your job, your career, your future career, your jail time. I've seen guys. There was one situation where a guy was on the bus defending in Atlanta, defending two girls being harassed by this guy. Well, the boy defended the girls and got into a fight with the guy to get him off. When the police came, girls wouldn't even stand up and say, hey, he came and did this for us. They just let him go to jail. So my question is always this: when it comes to the protection, it goes back to what Ambassador said. I'm an international guy. I lived in Romania, France, and England. War, you stick to your monolithic group. And here in America, we don't understand that because we got stripped of it. And when someone like Ambassador or myself talks in a monolithic thought process, it loses a lot of people. But when it relates to protection, that's really what it is. Your group and the balance from that woman to understand she's going to protect you. I put in the chat room, and I'm going to wrap up. I put in the chat room, well, employment and economics is the black man's number one concern here in America. We don't necessarily need our ladies to get on the microphone, but it isn't like we get a lot of protection at work. That's what we need the most. So when people say this protection thing in a blanket blind way, I think, Irene, the question is never looked at on the other side. Like when you said, are you just not as involved in you don't see it the way maybe you should. These things are going on all the time where people are initiating stuff and then asking Uncle and Black Ambassador to risk everything they have to come in and save the initiator. We just don't understand that.
I think the brother hit the ball out of the park, because I think when we talk about protection, it's definitely a nuanced conversation, right? Because I think protection should be bidirectional, right? I think in one sense, when we're talking about physical protection, definitely the brothers should be the ones who are doing the bulk, right? Doing that work. But oftentimes our sisters in a position where they could do the other protections, whether it's economic, educationally, a lot of different ways in which they surpassed us, right? As far as certain things, just the way society is set up, you know what I mean? And again, that doesn't take anything away from them. But again, when we look at the matriculation and success of our sisters, they're doing a lot better than brothers. So again, I think there's some protections like the brother just alluded to, as far as like, hey, how are you going to protect if we're talking about a unit, like a partnership or marriage, how are you going to make sure you're protecting our bottom line, right? And I'm going to make sure I'm protecting the physical part. So those type of things we need to make sure we discuss them. But the brother made so many valid points, because sometimes we are set up, and I think the other brother, Uncle Alok, said this too. I mean, sometimes we're set up, intentionally to have us fail, or to get us set up where we have prison time or lose our positions, lose our careers, and those things. We got to hold sisters and brothers accountable, and that's when we need to make sure we're united as a community, where sisters could say, hey, Nah, that's not it. And sister could say, nah, don't go and save her. You know what I mean? Because that's not going to be good for you. And we have to listen sometimes, even though we're masculine and we have that energy and the machismo. But sometimes we need to listen to our sisters too, because if they really have our best interest, we should hear them out as well, right? And it goes, that's why I say it's bi-directional. So we really have to be cognizant of that, because especially in our family, unfortunately, I know the brothers on this forum right here, unfortunately, probably experienced this. Your sister or some family member, some female family member has gone through some situation with a brother, and you may scuff them up or anything, and the next thing you know, she back with the dude. You know what I mean? And it's like, well, wait a minute, I thought he did that in the third, and y'all back together, and now I look like the villain. I mean, so these things unfortunately happen too often. And I'm only talking about our community too, like the brothers already alluded to. And we need to have some protection from ourselves when these things happen. My ex-wife, last example, my ex-wife went to her uncle's wedding, and she showed me the person that abused her. And I was like, oh my goodness, that's the dude right there. And as a brother, we get into the warrior zone, like, oh, okay, I'm about to tear this whole wedding up right now. You know what I mean? Because I'm not thinking about her like, what's best for her as nurture and everything like that. No, I'm going to hurt the person that did harm to her. And that's where we kind of are right there. And so, but sometimes we have to nuance that protection. It's like, is it always just physical, or is it some other type of protection? And sometimes, if we're being honest, as Black males, we always just think it's just, I'm just going to smash this dude or smash this other person, and that's the way in which I'm going to protect my queen. Well, it could be some other things. So we have to nuance that, and I think it goes both ways. Sisters, they have some, stake in the game as far as protecting brothers and vice versa. And ultimately, we need to protect the Black community.
Can I next? Hello?
We can hear you.
Yes, please.
Oh, okay. So, I feel like the odd one out, because my experience is kind of unique. Like, I'm pretty young. I haven't been in relationships, be that emotional or physical. I feel like, if someone's nice to you, then you should just be nice to them. I don't understand how, if someone's nice to you, you try and trap them and get them in trouble. Like, that to me just seems really trash. But where I'm coming from, more or less, like, is like the whole only protecting women in your family thing. Because it's like, with that consensus, it's like a lot of y'all, like, I don't have any siblings. Also, brother, sister, I'm an only child. I didn't know my dad. I was raised by my mom, really my grandma. Like, me and my mom lived with my grandma, and my mom died when I was 14. So I really just live with my grandma now. But on the whole protecting only the women in your family thing, it's like, for me, or even like for you, you have, mothers or sisters or whatever, if those Black men that are around their area when you're not present and you're not there to help them on site, if they have the mindset of, oh, I only need to be women in my family, then that leaves your mother or your sister vulnerable, because it's like they'll be the ones recording as she gets her ass beat. Because what, it's not the woman in my family, this, that, and everything else. It's like, I feel like there needs to be a level of discernment. Like, what, it doesn't matter, because this could be my sister, this could be my mother, in this position. Even though it's not, I should still protect her, especially when in regard to outsiders. Like, when you see these non-Black people beating up on Black women, you need to instigate, to protect the community, so people know, again, not to mess with you.
I agree
That's how
with
I
that.
feel.
I do agree with that, but I would suggest this to you also. Like the gentleman just said, there needs to be a trade-off via image, because we did used to have that stuff prior to Ronald Reagan. We used to have that brotherhood, sisterhood concept, not in perfection. It wasn't 100%, but it was a good 70, 75%, where, we had that. Some way along the line, no matter who started it, these verbal inward attacks started happening. Some people say because they watched a movie. Some people say because they heard a song. Doesn't matter how it started. What's unfortunate is it's very internal. And meanwhile, people outside of the community are watching us destroy each other. And to your point, gamer girl, they're picking everything apart. Now they're looking at, okay, I just had a fight with Ambassador, so now they're gonna come in with their family money, buy up the house because Ambassador's in jail, and all that stuff is strategic. And that's kind of what Ambassador was talking about. Outside people have very war battle-like strategic thought processes in what they do. Yet they're not perfect toward their women. Indian guys beat their women with sticks, real sticks. Yet when it comes to economics, those Indian women, because I speak a little Gujarati, those Indian women will be at that HR room helping their men come from India straight into a position. Like it's nothing. Men that are not in their family, they just have a flag concept. So Irene's question about this thing of protection, I just want to make sure my little time on the microphone, I get you guys to understand it's very strategic. Mm-hmm. It's not a blind thing, because once you lock up Uncle and he's destroyed for 6 months and the lady goes back to initiating, who's going to check that person? Is Irene going to be able to say, hey, sister, hey, the brothers keep protecting you and you keep going out of your way initiating something? I mean, what's come on. Nobody's checking because grandma's tied up in the basement now. The 30-year-old is the new grandma. We could talk about the dysfunction of brothers all day, and I will agree with you in 50% part. But who's saying to women, hey, slow your roll? Can you not be so verbal? But as soon as this Arab come, hey, CA, come and help me. Wait a minute. Why are you over there? Why are you? Okay, I'll get you out of it. But please don't go back over there. Next day, you right back. It's confusing for us as guys. Just like it's confusing for Gamer Girl.
And I would add, go ahead.
So I'm sorry. I feel that I think there's some validity, right, to overarching protection when it comes to dealings with Black women outside of the Black community, because we have instances like that group of children where that white man basically punched a young Black girl in the face. Now, granted, I'm wondering, why were these kids unsupervised at a mall in a group without parental supervision? You know, that's a problem. But the fact that he felt comfortable hitting a child, and a female child no less, is problematic in and of itself. But at the same time, I feel like there have to be parameters, sort of like the brother was saying, because if everybody gets equal treatment under the law, okay, then there's no promotion of good behavior among women. So I can correct women all I want, but if there's not going to be a difference made between Black men and women who are behaving in acceptable ways versus not, then there's no incentive for anybody to behave any better. And I also think that it's really important, you know, to throw out there too, that and I said this earlier, I don't like the what would Jesus do scenario. Like, what would white people do? Like, white people do this. White women are out of freaking control. If we don't see that through feminism, then we know that the coddling of them, no matter what, has not been beneficial at all. Oh, Information Man, you can come up. Has not been beneficial at all. So
what do you mean by that?
Why does this matter for us? We need to be better than that, because clearly their women don't know how to behave.
Okay.
My point was more like most of the time when I was talking, I wasn't talking about in regards to the Black community. I'm just saying, like, around other races of people, because like I think it was Black Ambassadors was saying or something, or I think it was him, when they see us, acting crazy, it's funny, and I don't, so that's why I was talking more like around them. um like the
I
guy
think
underneath Irene, um what you were saying, I understand what you're saying. um I don't really agree with the part about the Arab women, because that to me kind of implies that like black women don't really care to help black men. And I've heard adult black women talk about how black women oftentimes do try and help black men, and to the best that they can, and even with the freaking that 50 cents crap, how he was saying, the black women, they'd help me and everything else, but like the exoticals, I don't even want to get into that, but like how he was saying from that point of view, like, I feel like it says, black women are like black men's enemy. We never try and help you. When I've heard, black women say they do try and help black men and stuff.
yeah,
And
I think
there was something else, but I can't remember.
I think that's why I also said, one of the most important things is propaganda. Even if just concede to the notion that we don't have our own information to promote, we expect ourselves to have a behavior that we don't train ourselves to have that behavior. We don't train ourselves, nor do we provide ourselves with the information to support our education and training to love each other. You can't just have it by osmosis. Most of the stuff that we watch is subliminally telling us to love other people versus loving ourselves. It has an effect on the mentality of people, regardless whether we want to go to Dr. Amos Wilson, whether I want to go to Dr. Bobby Wright, whether we can go to Fuller, whether we want to go to Cress Wilson. I mean, these things are very proactive, and I just like to bring that up, and also want to mention that we speak, and what we really sometimes want is we're in wartime, but we want to live like we're in peacetime. And then we're trying to move between two different phases of reality. Like, oh, I want to just, assimilate. I want to go where everybody else. I want to be like everybody else. But then at the same time, I want this very protective culture. I want people to, make this pledge to protect me. And it's hard to do that when you're trying to move like everything's all peaches and cream. The reason I said black male protection and not just male, I don't speak for white men. I don't speak for Asian men. I don't have no control over Asia. I have no control over Asians. Those can be your enemy in the next breath, and they are constantly right now. So I was thinking more of a nationalistic perspective, a more group-orientated perspective. And then also, like I said, black male protection. We need to be very proactive and have the different type of information, media, and get that in front of our people, plus the education, to build that relationship where we do have those bonds, where we do look after each other. But without that information, as you can see, when you not go to, media and information, what do you always hear? Like Netflix. Go on Netflix right now. Tell me one positive, good relationship movie that you can get with white people. Just tell me one. It always has to be some internal problem and issue. Whether the man's cheating, whether the woman's cheating, whether this is happening, he's beating on her, she's beating on her. You could watch movies about white people just, having a funny dog, like called Air Bud, and he's just a funny dog who has superpowers. You know what I'm saying? And then all our movies are internal conflict, and that has an effect on the subconscious mind. But we don't really take heed of that. We just keep watching it and watching it and watching it and watching it every day, and then falling in love with this type of media. And then at the same time, wonder why we have problems. Like, why can't we do this? Because once again, this information that you're downloading onto your software on your hard drive is not complementary to the program you want to be ran.
I agree.
Once we promote that and utilize our media and have conversations like that, look at it. We're all talking into a manner. People make their statements, and then we continue to build. And I think that's where we need to go as far as information. Like the brother shot, he has a position. Okay, some points are valid. We don't agree, it's okay. And then people get to hear his position. Now you get to hear mine. And if we have communication like this, that's how we start building a relationship. That's how we start building bonds. And that's how you change behaviors. But you can't expect osmosis that happens where we don't really see real training and tangibles to teach Black women how to be in their relationship with Black men, and Black men in their relationship how to be with Black women, and train our kids every day to be like that.
I think
So we have to
Yeah.
get, and they have to receive movies, information that supports that narrative. But we find ourselves behind enemy lines, fighting the war as vastly complicated. A white man said to Alan Byron, or Byron Allen, whatever, I get his name mixed up sometimes. He said, I would never allow another person from without my culture and my race to control the image of my children, period.
Absolutely.
Period. Because
I
that
agree.
sets the precedent for other people putting the image, the behaviors, the methods, the ideas, and the values and the symbolism in your children or in your people. So we need to stop that and, of course, be proactive along with the things that Irene is bringing up as far as what happens when this happens and what to do and how to react. We have to train that. There has to be a code of conduct. There has to be things that are educated like this. But we also have to work on sticking together. And I just want to end out on this because I've been rambling for a bit. But, you know, if I came in, like Irene, if you got a house, right, you got your family, right, and you got some violence going on, you got some problems with your brother, you got some problems with your sister, maybe in one day you slap your brother, right? Y'all got internal conflict. And then I come in your household and slap the hell out of you, regardless of what you got going on inside your household. I'm an outsider, period. I'm not allowed to slap you because I'm from outside your household. Even though you're not going to be like, oh, well, he can slap me. My brother just slapped me the other day. It's a difference. So we have to protect our culture. We do have internal issues and conflict that we need to resolve, but that never sets the precedent to allow other people to violate us and have this conflict with us. Internal issues is something that we have to work and sort through, but you don't want internal issues plus external issues at the same time. You want to mitigate those, and then while defend and then healing inside within reigns. So, like I said, information and actually supporting the education and then changing our media and what we're visualizing to support all that training and education. Thanks for the extended time to talk. I appreciate it.
I'm going to drop off. I'm going to drop off, but let me also say this to what BA just said. And please, Irene and ladies, remember, in addition to what BA just said, a lot of people with black skin are not necessarily black men. We got this situation. We got this situation where women love to say this Saudi Arabian guy is a black man. This Cuban guy is a black man. I saw a black man stab somebody or treat they person wrong. You don't necessarily know that this person is a quote unquote black man. Hell, the black guy who helped kill George Floyd was a Swiss black man. So is he truly black? So I just want us also to like protect the image of black sons and jump on that point that BA just said. A lot of times our image is being muddied with every melanin guy on this planet who does something in the negative. All of a sudden, let's classify him as a black guy, or some 15-year-old boy is all of a sudden labeled a black man, not a black boy, a black man. So I just want to say that. Let me drop off so somebody else could come up, Irene. Thank you for letting me speak.
I agree with that one. I'm ADOS, so when I say black, I mean black American, slave roots. I don't care about everybody else. They're on their own. But let me ask you, Ambassador, what do you think the role has been of the steady increase of single mother households since the 60s and the welfare reform that had the no man in the house law, if you know about that, like the Moynihan report and so on?
Yeah. Go ahead, brother. Can you say that one more time? I kind of just need some.
All right. So we had welfare reform in the 60s, right? And one of the rules was to get the welfare aid, the mother had to kick out any man in the house, period. And that was known as the no man in the house rule. So you had reports like the famous Daniel Patrick Moynihan report and others that came later on in the 70s and 80s that said these welfare rules led to a dramatic increase of no male in the households because the women chose to have the government come in and play that role versus whoever the father was. Do you think that has led to the situation where we have now with all this confusion with regard to the women?
Okay, yeah, thanks, brother, for clarification. I think, and don't get this wrong when I say this, I think that was an intelligent, sweet-ass move. And that's from the opponent, right? That was an intellectual, very sophisticated and proactive move on their behalf to destabilize balances and relationships within our community. As you can see, prior to that, right? Prior to the 1900s and 1800s, Black women and Black men were inseparable, even in their movements, right? It was at points where, whether it was the student bodies or whether it was the feminists, the suffrage movement, with white women trying to recruit Black women, they were very stuck hold to staying within their community, staying within file ranks, and ensuring that they stayed within the communities. And a lot of revolutions, whether you agree with the Black Panthers or Marcus Garvey or Martin Luther King, whatever they may have been called, they had to deal with a lot, meaning America and, of course, government of America. They were dealing with a lot of that at the time. And one of the biggest, largest supporters were the Black family households, whether, both parents, working professionals, of course, working for government, working for many management jobs. I mean, it was a lot that, of course, the institution was taking on when they had to deal with all these different type of revolutionary groups, and it's a backlash. So what you just said were one of many strategies to, of course, destroy, destabilize, and of course, mitigate that type of uprise, right? The school to prison pipeline, mass incarceration, execution of massive amounts of Black people and leaders and revolutionaries, also, incarceration of those leaders, right? And then also at the same time, the destabilization. If you look at Dr. Amos Wilson, he talks about, more specifically, is the reward program, right? And you speak about that reward where, of course, it's not beneficial, but it is also a necessity. Housing, right? Of course, money, continuous streams of revenue, and you can influence people's behavior with that. It's kind of like an example he gives with the rat, and the rat in the maze, right? Or the mouse with the lever. You give him cheese. If he hits the lever 5 different times, and then his behavior starts to turn, and he starts to act like or act differently from any other rat, because you have built that in with a reward system. And we do have to look at that, and we do have to examine that. And I think that's a great point that you mentioned, and I think it needs further investigation to learn how we were separated as the Black women and the Black men. Because unlike common today, where this feminist movement has put in this illusion that all women have been binded together through the lineage of the boobs and breasts, is false. And these women have been historically predators of our women, and we have stayed together for a long time, but that mid-1900s and afterwards really rocked us apart. That was it.
Yeah, I bring that up specifically because I was trying to mention that to Miss Yvette a couple of live streams ago, where I think there was a mechanic in place where Black women had options, and they didn't know at the time what it would lead to, but I think they made choices that, well, it's survival too, but there was some selfishness in it as well. I don't need a man. A lot of them bought into second wave feminism, which I think is a good thing overall, but just like what's happening now in America overall, and you may know about Charles Murray, the author of The Bell Curve, that famous book that said that Blacks have low IQ and so on, that came out in the 90s. He's written 2 books since then about white America falling apart along similar lines, where because white women chose careers over maybe being more motherly and maybe being more of a wife role, their situation is also destabilizing. My position is I think Blacks should get ready for the future, because we're not going back to what we had before. I don't think families in general are ever going to look like that again, and trying to hold on to that isn't going to be productive.
Yeah, I would agree with that evaluation also. We have to re-strategize and recreate what our families will and will not look to. And families have always been created historically in the fashion of what the nation requires, right? Whether it's agricultural was the biggest, of course, activity for commerce, or whether it was the Industrial Revolution, which was families were recreated to complement those different types of quote unquote economic situations. So I think that's a great point that you bring up. And of course, it was great. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Irene.
No, I just was saying, I feel that, okay, I think that I understand like revamping the familial structure to how society works now. I think the problem with that is that you're going to run into, and somebody left a comment, because this mindset is not something that is just being had by those of us talking now, but there was, I'm pretty sure she is a Black feminist, and she left a comment on my page that I thought was rather interesting, that was sort of along the same lines. She said, Black women are trying to train men to be good submissive husbands. This is a fatal mistake for the heterosexual relationships. They should have trained their sons to be submissive to strong women. White women are doing this. The hand that rocks the cradle rules the world. The Black community is a matriarchy. So she's arguing this old, two-parent household where the woman is in submission and functions within the house, and the man is the leader, that is dead, kind of like what you guys are saying. And she goes on to say that the Black community is a matriarchy, regardless of how it got there. Black women are the heads of households, social, culture, religious institutions, and community politics.
Wait.
The problem is found from doing an examination of the Black man's socialization. Black feminism has saved Black women, but failed to train Black boys to be a matriarch's mate. Black women have failed to raise boys that are willing to properly follow a woman's leadership and be a helpmate for strong Black women. Now, this is the danger of dispensing with familiar order. And we also have to recognize that the status quo dispenses with familiar order because they're trying to bring in other types of order. So, male and male-led households, female and female-led households, households with great age divergences, right? So versions of legalized pedophilia. So all this breakdown of the household and making children sort of property of the state is only the breaking down of the traditional familial structure. And then you'll have people who will co-sign what you're saying is the old model is dead. We need to get with the times. But their idea of what getting with the times is may be different from yours. So the argument is, do we all try to reinvent the wheel, knowing that there are many other agendas out here, and those agendas may not be in line with what we want? Or do we hold on to the tried and true and what is functional? To me, I have a desire to hold on to the tried and true of what is functional, because one could argue, she makes a good point, we're in a matriarchy. Should we be raising young men to simply play the role of the woman? Since,
but has that worked?
I'm sorry?
No, my quick question was so I understand that, and those are valid points. But if it's always been, I would just ask questions like, how long has it been matriarch? And if it was matriarch ever since the shores of Africa, when we were still captured and brought over here as slaves, Africans, and then after that we were brutalized for over 400 years. Then we were Jim Crow, and then we were segregated, red lines. So I mean, if that's always been what we are, it hasn't worked. So if that be the case, but I'm not saying yes or no, but I'm just bringing that to if that was the case, then it hasn't worked. But I would just ask, what is it called? Also, when we were talking about, no, continue. We'll continue on that now. It was just a question. I'm not saying, no, that's stupid. I'm just saying, if it's always been matriarch and we are where we are now, why would we look at
I don't think it was. I mean, I don't think we have to have either one be.
I know, brother. I was just saying, if that.
I tell you.
Yeah.
what I would say is look at Scandinavia and maybe Germany, right, where their society has recognized you're going to have parents who aren't necessarily married. So women have maternity leave for a very long time to cover that contingency, which is very common. In some cases, the fathers also get paternity leave. I don't think we're going to resolve this by trying to dig back up some ancient patriarchy or supposedly an ancient matriarchy. I think we have to be way more forward thinking than that.
One of the things I wanted just to touch on, I think the brother Shot alluded to it. I think we should just make sure we're familiar with the King versus Smith case. When we're talking about, Black women and the whole welfare, because historically we know welfare was situated and structured for white people, and they're on it way more so than any Black people. And I don't think the brother was trying to have this narrative, but we have to be careful of the narrative because of positioning the Black women in a place where they were all the time selecting to have this type of government assistance over having a mate or a partner in the house. I think that's a narrative that we have to be careful of promoting. Not to say that didn't occur, but this is what I mean by that. We know the laws are only applied when somebody applies the law. So we know these things were happening in other cultures and everybody else was doing it. But it seems like the rhetoric only happened to us to continue that, to bleed into that feminism, right? To eventually get, the brothers out of the home. So we know it was an orchestrated effort, and it was a multiplicity of efforts. So it wasn't just, welfare, it was feminism, it was all these different things. And again, brothers have to take some accountability as well. But again, I'm just really cautious of this bifurcational rhetoric that we'll have that's pitting brothers against sisters. And I think there's enough accountability to go around. So that's not to say that the brother Child say it didn't happen, because again, sisters need to be held accountable. And I think that rhetoric, even now, I think it's even more so than it was back in the 60s, because I think sisters were still trying to be with brothers, but I think they were getting called out on that more so than anybody else. But I think if we look at it now, like the brother alluded to, Dr. Amos Wilson, everything is flipped, right is wrong, up is down, and we're not being forward thinking. We're being very reactional. So the brother's 100% right, but we have to make sure we look at the true history of, what we call farewell and how and why it was established, right? And so, and how that was nuanced to, pathologize Black men and Black women, in particular Black men, right? And so we just need to make sure that we're not furthering that bifurcation within our community. I'm not saying don't keep us accountable, because keep us accountable, because we need to be held accountable for, the foolishness and the fuckery that we, take part in. But let's just be mindful and of, create a narrative that's not always 100% true, and that's for our brothers and our sisters.
Well, what you're saying, we can actually take it one step before, because it was created for white women, because at the time when the law was being considered, they were not in the labor force percentage wise as big as Black women were, right? Was it the King case was about the Supreme Court striking down the man in the house law, but it had to pertain to men who were not acting as surrogate fathers. So they were very specific in what they did. It was not so much about Black women versus Black men. It was about the growing movement of feminism to get women more independent across all of America.
Absolutely.
It just so happened that Black women, because they were in the labor force at higher rates, were more primed to be sort of the poster child for that situation.
Part of that propaganda that we were alluding to earlier. And that's
well, I mean, I don't know if there's any propaganda there. I mean, the single parent households existed.
No. That's not what I'm saying. It's to use the sister as part of that propaganda for the feminist movement. That's what I was alluding to. Because
I don't think it's probably. I mean, I think the feminists believe what they're saying. right? You have
No, I don't think
Yeah.
feminists.
Yeah, I don't
No,
know.
bro. I don't think feminists believe what they say. I don't think that. I
you
think
don't think feminist women believe in feminism?
no. If we're talking about the first waves and everything, if we're talking about Elizabeth Cady Stanton and Susan B. Anthony, they were racist.
Yeah, you talking about Marcus Stanton?
Yeah.
Well, here's what I think Shot is trying to say, and it is documented fact. During suffrage times, you had, and I speak about this a lot of time, you had people like Reed Brooms, a black man created a factory. He hired a lot of black women. You had black doctors, black dentists, they hired women. The mayonnaise white woman, she was down for suffrage feminism, but not to the extent of bringing black women into her office, not to the extent of working hand in hand with black women in 1950, which is why black women had to work in basements, had to stick to domestic work, things of that nature. So when it comes to that, I think the greater argument, just to remix a little of what Shot is saying, but not to take away his point, is that the movement to help black women did not come from these women, these white women, until the right to vote was on the table. Because
I mean, these are totally different time periods, right? The right suffrage came in 1920.
I know that, sir.
These are 1960s situations.
I know that.
Second wave feminism.
I know that.
But I mean, that let's say it originated with whoever. It just took control of it. I mean, that's a lot of things. I could say math was created by these people. It doesn't matter. I'm talking about who controls it and how they use it and what their intentionality is.
Absolutely.
Right. And I'm trying to speak to intentionality because if it was during 1920, if it was during 1920 up until 60s, you had several opportunities as white women to help black women. That's my point.
Yeah.
And it didn't happen.
No.
So until the right to vote came, and now white women, I believe, realize, wait a minute, these women got their own infrastructure with these black guys. Well, not in perfection, but in percentage. While most of us are at home waiting for the husband to come home, let's now get them to work against these dudes. It wasn't until the right to vote came to where you start seeing the college women, college black women, and this ain't no shot to them, this is just what happened, start coming home having a TV debates with older women, like we gotta think about just us as women. It's just us. It wasn't until then when you saw Jimmy Carter, he had the law where he changed from Ford and said that welfare can be a 2-parent home. A lot of people didn't recognize that because Jimmy was only in there for a short time. And then when Reagan got in, he changed it back to a 1-parent home. He created the 1986 Welfare Reform Act, which also goes to what Shot is talking about. And he also created the no-fault divorce. And he gave single mothers the rights of a married couple with the tax credit. So that quadrifecta allowed a lot of disparity to come into place. But not to get off this topic, it's just I wanted to shoot that political thing in there because unfortunately, when it comes to protecting women, for those women who kind of what Tashad is saying, choose to unconsciously weaponize these 4 things, it leaves a person like a guy to protect it at kind of like a conundrum. Like, okay, am I protecting my own best interest? But if this person is helpless and defenseless, I understand. But this person appears to be initiating. Now we're confused, Irene. Once again, we don't know if this is to our interest or is it to this singularity. And my last point, now in 2020, because I work in corporate, I barely see any black dudes. I barely see any black women. The Indians, the Filipinos, They're working as a family structure. And this is why I disagree with Shot on the family thing. These people are working as family structure. They have no time for individuals. They get married in 6 months and a year. These are people who are taking career jobs, not the lower service jobs, but career jobs as a family,
As a team.
as a team. I'm in there with a whole building full of Filipinos, and they talk about their children, education. The Indian women formed a study group for their sons.
Mhm.
Look, not their daughters, for their sons. And look, we got to understand. We can have this dream of, hey, I don't think marriage really works. These new immigrants, y'all, are not playing. They are the 1970 black people. They are working together, even if they don't like each other. The Southern Indians don't like the Northern Indians, but when they hear, they put all that aside.
That's why I said teams, because people, families, yes, but families just bloodline, right? So these families are implementing teamwork. Sometimes other families are working individuality. So I think that was a good perspective.
Excuse me.
Go ahead.
All that stuff you just listed, I need you to put that in the regular comments so I can screenshot that, man. 'Cause that's a lot of data, man. Man, I need to do some research on that. And so I'm done talking until you get done saying what you got to say. That King versus, and all the laws that was weaponized. I need to screenshot that.
Well, that's why I try to say us as brothers, we got to stop being the argumentative brothers.
Yeah.
We got to start being the calculated, mathematical, history referencing brothers.
Mhm.
You see what I'm saying? Because the strength and power of any conversation amongst brothers or with women can't be derailed by the emotional brothers who just want to be right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think, go ahead, Shot.
That's a fact. No, I was just going to say, go ahead, brother.
I'll say, okay, about the immigrants, like you said, because I've seen that too. I've worked in, several corporations, military, and so on. We know that first generation immigrants tend to be very different from America at large, but each generation, they become more and more like the rest of us, right? So I don't know if that's going to be strong. I mean, okay, they do that. What's the goal of that situation there?
Oh, the goal of that is to protect their flag, to protect their
liquidation.
I call it flag culture. Even if they were born here, their lineage is of their grandmother and their granddad. Even if they've never been back to India, Black Ambassador said earlier about Russia. Even if they've never been back to Russia, they can be here, move around white folks, but still be all about Czechoslovakia.
That's why they usually got two flags waving like this.
Right.
All right. But as ADOS, for those of us who are ADOS, this is our home country.
So,
well, you don't have a home country by definition. And let me just
this is my home. This is my home country.
No. I understand.
He hear what you're saying. He's not.
I understand you see it that way. I'm not taking that away, but let me use it this way. If a Black Ambassador is a Black German, Black Ambassador can go to France and seek out. No. I'm just using an example, man, and seek out a German flag. Soon as he get there, he's not seen as Black. He's seen as German. He can go to Bulgaria, seek out a German restaurant. Soon as he gets in there, he start talking German. He's with his people. That's called flag culture. Now, let's use the same thing, Shot. You go see an American flag with some Texas guys in Bulgaria. You think that 9 times out of 10, they're not treating you, quote unquote, as an American. So
it's happened to me all the time. I mean, I've been overseas to many European countries, all over Asia. I've, seen other Americans there, seen other military people there.
No. When you go to a restaurant that's American, do they tell you everything that's going on in that city?
Absolutely, especially if it's veteran owned.
No problem.
I've been to, let's say, Thailand, for example, big expat community.
Are you talking military or non-military?
I mean, it could be military.
But I think
expat in general,
enclaves, right? Like they got their own colony, you could say.
Yeah, because you can't compare the experiences. They're very different experiences between having a home country that has, hundreds of years of ancestry, when you go back to the mother country, like when Italians go to Italy or the Irish go to Ireland and so on, versus I'm a young man by myself. I go to Thailand and I see other Americans there and I hang out with them. It's really not the same thing.
Wait. I didn't say hang out. I said they're giving you all the information, like where the jobs are, where's the American connections. They're plugging you in. That's my point. I mean, not just as no, hey, what's up, homie? Hey, let's go where the club's at. I mean, when some of these people go to different countries as a German or as a Black Frenchman, the flag of being a Frenchman gets them access quick to power and economics.
Even inside that
I
country.
mean, look, not every German in Germany has access to power and economics, right? They have a lower class there. They have a lower middle class there. So I don't see how that can work. I've been to Germany.
They sometimes do have like institutions. So if a German does, and he's just random, but if he goes to the consulate in Thailand, he can insulate himself in those institutionalized programs and organizations, even if he's not a high classer, to get jobs and access to different commerce. They create those agencies inside those embassies for specifically that.
And I could be wrong. I guess my question is, can you do that as an American? Because
you can go to the consulate as an American.
Do it.
Can you do that as an American?
Sure, you can go and teach English overseas. You can get hooked up to all kinds of things.
Are you say as an in America or just as an American overseas? I'm trying to get the brother's question.
Yeah, my question is, can you go? Can I leave here right now and go over to Russia, see an American whatever consulate or restaurant, and get plugged in to a career? Get basically walked in, because that's what I call flag culture. Can I get that as an American when I go from country to country and I bump into fellow Americans?
Potentially. I mean, can a Russian American do that in Russia? They have high unemployment as it is.
A Russian American, a Russian American can do that here. Russian dude. Look, my friends are German, and one of my homies is a Ukraine. These dudes click up. So that's my only point. But let me be quiet and share the mic. I'm talking.
Well, I'm just saying it's a very different scenario between going home to a home country where you may have generations of family and cousins that work here and there versus isolated Americans in a country overseas, right? I don't see how that is supposed to map the same way for blacks. Well, if you see blacks over there, you'll see it.
Nationality does have that lineage connection, so it doesn't have to be your cousin. If I go to America right now, or if I go to anywhere in the world right now, I can go to the American embassy and get hooked up, or the expat community, which is mainly made of European actual countries, because they don't tend to call other nationalities expats, but it's very heavy saturated with westernized nations. And then you can plug those connections for also jobs and assistance on everything from house to information. They have these enclaves or colonies established where you can lean on that nationality and plug yourself in. And I think specifically that's what he's saying. Russian Americans going to have that here in America. And then when they go back to Russia, well, they just go back to Russia. But they're going to have the American-Russian Commerce Channel that's actually in Russia too. So it gives you leverage even in Russia, because Russia sees that as a bridge and a gateway between a repatriation of funds and networking that goes back, that a regular Russian does not hold and maintain. He doesn't have that approval to go back and forth beyond borders and extract resources in economics and capital.
Right.
So those people, even though they might be lower class, they tend to have this higher level in society, even when they return. It's because they're plugged in with that direct connection to one of the largest economies in the world, and other things that come with it.
And that's called a flag culture. That's when you're connected through for no other reason than by this image and symbol of a flag. And even though we may feel this is our country, sometimes when we interact with certain Americans overseas to get those economic trampolines, they're kind of non-existent. And to BA's point, we got to get with non-Americans to get what the American guy should be plugging us on.
Well, in America, we do it differently, right? So America does things through, like, okay, frats in college, right? If you go to a certain college, certain university, you may be in a certain fraternity or sorority. We tend to use things beyond just the simple nature of being an American, even here, and especially overseas, right? So being a veteran, you'll have veteran contacts. If you're in some other fraternal organization, you'll have that to lean on. America just does things differently from the rest of the world.
We do make it happen, but I think, and I'm sorry, Pro Woman, I know you're trying to speak. We do make it happen. I just think that it's when you're dealing with countries, they're doing centuries of lineage. They're doing it from the standpoint of not having to make a hacker version of it. They're doing it from, it's about our people. I saw the guy in Israel for the United Nations say, biblically, we own the Gaza Strip. You see how deep they're trying to do it? They're trying to do it from a whole nother thought process than just.
Wait, hold on, shot. I know Pro Woman been trying to get in. So
go ahead, Pro Woman.
No,
go ahead.
It's fine. I just came in and I saw that someone was saying that Irene only wanted the men to talk, so I wouldn't come in. Let me just jump in really quickly. Even my name seems to push some buttons here on this channel. My username Pro Woman, is not meant to be any kind of a feminist anthem in any way. A lot of the things that I aspire to be as a woman, as a person, begin with pro, the prefix PRO. So it's just a clever play on words. I wanted to be a producer, professional, proactive. So it's just a clever play on words. So even my name here on YouTube seems to trigger a lot of things in chat rooms. But that's, again, not a feminist anthem, just a play on words describing a lot of the things that I aspire to be. Quickly about immigration. We know with immigration, right around that third generation, you start to lose your culture and become more of what the culture of the country that you have immigrated to, right around that third generation. And I hear a lot of second and third gen immigrants beginning to identify with ADOS in a way, and that they're saying, hey, I'm not quite considered American, but then in my home country, I'm not quite considered to be like them either. So they're kind of stuck and having to wrestle with their identities as well. And I just wanted to bring that up. And also there's something that I think we need to think about economically in terms of immigration. And now that we know that America is the most racially diverse that it's ever been, and going to become minority majority in 30 years, 30, 50 years or so. Ethnic succession theory. There's a theory in economics about how ethnic groups succeed up the financial or the economic ladder. And there isn't, I think, I found out about this when I was doing a research paper on how the Koreans came to dominate the ethnic hair care industry. And another thing that I find when I venture out in life and do research is I always find that there are things that Black people should have done, but nobody did. So just so you know, and I'm going to bring this home, no Black people. So I was studying inter-ethnic conflict between Blacks and Koreans. They were, my instructors were trying to get me to operationalize what I was talking about in that way. And so when you look at the literature about why there's conflict between Black people and Korean people, all of the literature is written by Asians and Koreans themselves. So it's very biased. So Black people have not really written on this subject. And I'm thinking somebody should have written on this subject. So that's something that I'm planning to do, is to get some studies done on this and get some data entered into the literature and the academy. So when future generations are looking back, they don't see total bias. And one of the big things is, and I'll bring it home at this point, is that ethnic middleman theory is sort of the reigning theory that I saw that explains why Black people and Korean people fight, why Asian nail store owners will punch Black women in the face. They say that Black people are jealous of our success and they're taking out the frustrations that they feel towards white people on us. I swear to God, I'm dead serious. If you go to a database, CQ Research or something, and you look at interethnic conflict with Blacks and Koreans, you'll see that ethnic middleman theory. And in fact, there's a whole book called Caught in the Middle. And there's a guy, he worked at the USC, a sociologist. And in that book, he even says, Black scholars haven't really written about this subject. And so there's an opening coming up in the ethnic hair care industry, I think, due to ethnic succession, because I don't think young Koreans really want to work in these mom and pop stores in these neighborhoods. And that's something I wanted to put out there. And we need to begin to, and let me ask this question. I'll ask one other question and then I'll get off. Is anyone on the panel or in the chat, are you together economically on something with the 5 people closest to you, be it any combination of family and or friends? Do you guys buying some property, doing something economic, so on and so forth? If not, then maybe you want to start thinking about that, because we're going to have to start to move in groups, as you guys are saying. We cannot compete with people who are working 30 deep across 2 and 3 generations, and we're out here by ourselves. So a lot of people, because I'm working on my personal development a lot, and a lot of personal development scholars and so on and so forth say that you need at least 5 people in your life to do something great, working with you towards the bigger objective. So I just wonder if anybody, are we working, starting with ourselves, with us, and at least the 5 people closest to us, any combination of family and or friends, and if not, then we gotta start to work that way. Second question, and my last question is, I wanted to ask the men about how I can even talk about this subject. Whenever you bring up this issue of protection, the gender war, the male-female issue with among Black people, there's some nuance. For example, I'm automatically being accused of being a white feminist just by my username. So what? It's that serious. So
well, it says pro-woman, not pro-feminist. So I didn't think that.
Oh, see, you guys are a lot more involved than the Tommy Sotomayor's and.
Well, you use your own word, so I know you have yourself creative. You created your own word for it, versus that's not a Eurostream word. So I knew that you had some sovereignty in your thought pattern.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, see, that's you. So, how can I? Okay, there are issues that affect women. There are issues that affect Black women in the African world. And those issues need to be talked about within the context of the larger issues that we're facing racism and white supremacy. So how can we bring them up without automatically being labeled as siding with white feminists?
Here's the thing. You got to understand that the Tommies of the world are only the 25-30% brothers, but they're the loudest and the most consistent because they have less to do. Their whole thing is to make money off the pain of Blacks, and they don't have necessarily a career. So making $50,000, $60,000, $10 an hour, which is equivalent to $10, $12 an hour on YouTube is amazing for them. That's why they got to crank out. What you need to do is seek out the polite brothers, the intellectual brothers. You got to talk to Gab Media. Talk. That guy's married and an intellectual, polite person. Start with him. Start getting some understanding from the guys who, the 80%, 70% of dudes who are too busy working on a career to be angry all the darn time.
So should I give up? Okay, so let's say I'm in a random instance and I'm in conversation, because I'm more likely to run into the Tommies and a lot of the guys in the Black manosphere. And let's say I say something like, I don't ever want to hear a Black man talking about what he's not going to do, because there's a popular YouTuber, I don't want to name his name, and he's Pan-Africanist and he's totally divested of America. And his whole thing is, we have to leave here. he's still here and coming back here, but his thing is, oh, we got to get out of America. We got to go back to Africa. That's our only solution. So if I say something like, well, I don't ever want to hear a Black man talking about what they're not going to do. Can I say something like that? And
that statement is argumentative in its
I would do it.
Yeah, I was going to say, I wouldn't go in a panel with a bunch of Black women that have realistically been hurt and say, I don't want to hear nothing unless y'all stop going to the weave shop. Like,
okay,
that's not how to start the conversation. It just doesn't work as a technique for communication, dealing with the type of audience that you deal with. I think, and I'm not telling you this is what you should do. I'll only offer solutions.
Yeah, I'm asking for advice.
I know, but I don't want to sound like when I say things to say, this is what we need to do as Black people. I never do.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Ways to do different things. So, but one of the effective techniques can be utilized when I talk to a specific group. I bend to their language and their realities, and then I can only bend and not strategically pull them completely away, because it creates conflict. And of course, it just shuts off the communication. So if you're moving into these groups where men are hurt, I mean, that's real hurt. And same thing as sisters. So that has to be analyzed and strategized on how do we communicate with a population like that, who far beyond words have been hurt through action, experience, information. So that's something that we need to actually think about. But I think of the strategy also is finding people that are like-minded and moving amongst them and gaining up troops and gaining your troops. That's why, like you see the presidential election, they don't go to some states. It's an L. Why would they go to that state? So they go to states that are probably in swing. They probably already garner a lot of support from amongst the strong. So they have a strategy on how to move against certain populations that have a certain what's a thinking pattern and behavior when it comes to maybe a political vote or anything else. So I think that's something that we need to study, and we need to be as strategic as far as reaching those specific groups. If you want to go to that group, you have to remember, you have to come well equipped and ready, and it has to be in a way where it's not seen as aggressive and attacking and telling them, these people are really fed up for realistic things that they probably experienced. As a body of people, they come together, and it's kind of like a shelter for them. You know what I'm saying? Though it may not be efficient and effective to start the revolution and uprise and create a stronger relationship. It is a way to of course, what's it called? Put that energy, exert that energy out, right? And be around people who can understand their realities, so that is real. And we have to, be very cautious about how we approach it and have a strategy too.
As far as the business, I work in medical finance. I have 2 online businesses, and one of them is with my best friend from 3rd grade. So I do believe in that. And I try, and I say on my channel all the time, I try to hire brothers, because I realize that brothers are not as employed by the community as they should be, and brothers are left to fend for themselves. Even though sisterhood is not perfect, it's still at a higher percentage than brotherhood. Too many brothers are still working hard to put sisters on, and they won't put on their own son. Let me say it again. There are guys who will make sure women are taken care of, but won't even take care of their own son. So that's a big problem, and that's what I do. Also, pro woman, please understand, historically, you're doing good work, because it is about image. This is why the historians recently changed BC to BCE, because more Black researchers like myself starting to tell people that Black people controlled the Black Sea before Rome even came to be. Black folk controlled Spain before there was anybody on it. And that kills the narrative, to your point, of what a lot of people are trying to redirect Black people to speak for white people on white terms. There's even a new Ancestry.com company that started. Their whole goal is to squash all of the images that Ancestry did, letting white folks know that they got Black heritage. These people, this new company is gonna talk Celts, white folks, Franks. They're gonna try to squash out every Black reference that Ancestry.com brought up. So
Yeah, I'm not surprised that that's coming up. But yeah, well, if I have a concern, because there's some in the Pan-Africanist space and Black Ambassador, I've seen you on these people's channels. So if I have a concern about something that is being bandied about, and I think that maybe people might even be being a little bit irresponsible with their platforms to say things like, don't do anything here. Black people, it is a lost cause for us here. And every time something happens to Black people, their only response is, that's what you get for staying here. In fact, I even say we need a new word for Pan-Africanism, because if you're only concerned with Black people who go back to Africa, then maybe you need to be like a solo returnist. I'm only a returnist. I'm only concerned if Black people go back to Africa, and whatever they get, as long as they stay, that's what they get. And that's kind of what some of these Pan-Africanist YouTubers are saying. So how do I express, and there's one of them, I don't want to say his name, I think we all kind of know who he is. He's in Atlanta. I've seen you on this channel. So, and I bought this up. He actually disrespected me and cut me off. And then I reached out to him to say, hey, let's have a resolution conversation behind the scenes, and then we can go public again if you want me to.
I like that.
With what we have resolved. He never got back to me. So
I like that. That's very respectable, though. But
so that's what I did. So how can some things have to be challenged and some things have to be.
I know. I hear you. I definitely think Shot want to say something, so I was going to let him go.
Okay.
And then I was going to respond. Did you want to say?
Well, yes, but why worry about the label? Why censor yourself at all? There's no point to it.
Well, I really do want to heal. I want to make this better, and I don't want to do anything that's going to make anything worse. And I don't have all the answers about what to do. This is so sensitive that it's sometimes with a wound, no matter how you touch it, it's going to hurt. So I just want to know from
why are they so sensitive?
Well, like Black Ambassador said, they've been hurt, and this particular person, and I think a lot of the Pan-Africanists, they really have been hurt here in America, and I understand that.
Everybody's been hurt, right? I think everybody's. I don't know.
I mean, look, I'm ADOS. I can go back generations to slave days. I even own land my ancestors were slaves on. Okay, I can handle a conversation without crying. What's going to happen if you say something they don't like? They're going to cry.
I don't want to add to further dissension and division and disconnect.
No, sometimes you have to, because look.
I think sometimes too. That's why I always stress on all sides that we got to stop. Like, you got to think about it like this. You have, let's say, America. They don't argue with European, whoever in America. They don't argue with you if you come in and say, I don't believe in killing. You say, all right, go to the Peace Corps. And then if you come to them and you be like, I want to kill and serve this country, they'd be like, go down there to the army. And if you be like, I don't believe in killing, and I don't believe I want to bridge the gap, they say, okay, go to the DOS. They don't argue with you because there's many ways that we have to create in order to strategize. Even if you said, like, let's say ADOS was correct, right? And Pan-Africanists were wrong. Wouldn't you prefer distraction that extracts other groups of people that are moving different, and then the enemy has to look at two different battle plans that he has to fight versus everybody doing the same thing and he understanding what you're doing?
Exactly.
And all of us haven't been 100% liberated. We don't have the keys. But what happens is we like go back and forth with each other. I think I'm right. You think you're right. You really think you're right to say 1 point, or let's say all the millions of Black people in America. That's pretty narcissistic to say. But if we can understand that we need to create that bond, respect each other in the directions that we're heading, long as one party saying, I'm trying to kill the other party and I'm trying to wipe you out, right. I don't think we need to be fighting back and forth. So
I mean,
I'm ADOS and I'm staying here. I say, yo, shout outs to you. Because if you win, then we have America.
Yeah, right.
If you lose and Pan-Africanists win, you got Africa. And if we both win, we got both. So it's like we have to stop fighting each other so much and believing we have the ideological high ground in what all Black people need to do, and just say, okay, you know what? I don't agree, but there's probably some way we could possibly work, not if here, but in the future. But much respect and shout outs to you. As long as we don't, of course, like I said, keep butting heads with each other like one's right and one's wrong. And I think, like when you said, it's very insensitive for somebody who's a Pan-African to say, oh, that's what you got. I don't think any Black person deserves to get shot, deserves to get beat, or any of that. It's like, okay, that needs to change. But of course, the element of hurt, the element of, oh, you know, I'm completely done, you kind of detach, and sometimes you get in that mentality like you deserve it. And that's not quite true. And I know what the people are trying to express, but still we have to be very strategic about it. Because if something happens in the Peace Corps, have you ever heard the Army come in and say, if the Peace Corps was, you know, held captive, and the Army comes out and say, that's what y'all Peace Corps volunteers get, y'all should have got killed? Because you want
no, but they're both on Team America, right? Pan-Africanism is not Team America.
Well,
I don't mind them having their team, but they don't. But American Pan-Africanists don't have Africa. They can't speak for Africa.
Well, I mean, that's once again, we don't need to go down that because, you know, American.
Am I right or wrong? Am I right or wrong? Can they speak for Africa?
Can we just stay on topic? Because, or you can say, make it say, I don't want
to. I think this speaks to the topic because we're talking about.
I got factories, so I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. I got one factory in Kenya. I got another factory in Senegal, and they both send products to Black American businesses on We Buy Black and other different avenues. So I got pulled.
I mean, I can go to Alibaba and buy from China. Does that mean I have China?
I didn't say nothing about going to China. And no, but you don't own a factory in China, and you can't. So that's vastly different. The ownership of manufacturing is vastly different than purchasing and being a customer, or what we would call a distributor. That's different. A production, producing manufacturing is vastly different.
You can buy factories anywhere in the world, really.
What's that?
I mean, you can invest capital anywhere for the most part.
I didn't say you couldn't not do nothing that, but Europeans also.
Well, you know, here's
also to gain power in other countries. Europeans didn't only just stay in Europe or America. That doesn't make sense. They spread themselves out into other countries and provided influence and leverage and relationships that would harness, enhance, and allow their actual relationship on a nationalistic level more stronger. I mean, that's why they have geopolitics. And then, I mean, it's a purpose.
I mean, that's why foreign companies will list on the American stock exchanges for Americans to buy into.
Of course. Yeah.
Like an insult. When we do this thing on theories versus theories, it comes down to I insult your theory until, you know, it's like a gotcha thing. And it comes down to and I say this respectfully to all men, especially men. If we're truly warriors, don't we have to be mental generals first? And if our thing on whoever theory, FMA or whatever, why speak against another person's theory? I never understood that.
Because you disagree with it. That's why.
Well, because you disagree.
And there might be holes in it, and then we have to put ideas on the table and hash them out and see what stands and what sounds.
I don't believe in groupthink.
Because what happens is when you verbally and publicly do that, the enemies are listening and they're picking apart what you're doing. You either go create your version of the takeover, or you support this version of the takeover until your version can take wings. It just doesn't seem feasible. I disagree with a lot of things.
This is America, my dude.
But I was just bringing up the point that America has the peace. The Army don't rattle at the Peace Corps. The Peace Corps serves a literal function that's necessity, or it's a necessary for American interests, and so does the Army. And you have to start seeing yourself as institutions. You have to start seeing yourself as organizations. The Red Cross, Red Seal don't bang on Doctors with Borders and all these other things, even if they don't go with the current narrative that they have. And okay, you don't agree. It's been made and it's known, right? And let's just move on, because nevertheless, oh, what do you have there? Oh, what do you have there? Okay, we both don't got nothing. Okay, you got something. Okay, now, well, maybe that other person creates something. And we could just work together versus, like I said, trying to take the high ground of I intellectually know what's best for Black people and I have the best strategy. Then please bear fruit, because I promise you, if you bear fruit, probably massive amounts of people will support you. It's about gaining and doing the work. And you can't just listen to the tree, but you have to listen to the fruit that it bears. And there's a lot of fruit that has been bared by ADOS and FBA and all these other things, and that's great, nevertheless. But, you know, Black people have been Pan-Africanists for a long time, and I think the word is saturated and there's confusion. And, you know, once again, we could just work together and not have this vitriol, because I think there's a lot of things I don't agree with. Yeah, there's
would you admit that
with people who are oppressing me and shitting on people in my communities, putting drugs on the block and all these other things. We have so many points that are external that I don't agree with. So I definitely would like to also add that as a balance. Not
but
saying.
let me ask you this.
Can I raise my hand next after
ahead,
you
sir.
talk?
Yeah, I'm done.
All right. Okay. Let me say one thing first. Do you think that, say, in this example, Black Americans and Pan-Africanists, which include Africans, the issue of immigration, should we let in endless amounts of African immigrants to compete with us for jobs here in America?
I think the Mexicans are shooting Black people dead, not only in the prisons, not only
they might be, but answer the question.
I'm just saying also that I want to put that on the table, not just like, oh, well, look at these Africans that are taking jobs. Look at the Hispanics that are killing Black people in massive amounts.
It extends to them too. We can have immigration shut down for all of those foreign groups, but we can use the
African. That's something we need to look at, no doubt. We need to look at it and analyze it.
What's your opinion of it? I'm asking you your opinion.
Let's sit down. That's my opinions. Let's sit down and analyze it and look at it, and then create a program where we mitigate those threats and we mitigate those people who are going to come and, of course, be used against us and not work with us. So I think any smart group would do that. How does that benefit us? That's what Europeans sat down and said about Black Americans. If we integrate them, how can we use this to work in our benefit? They didn't say, let's just do it or let's just not do it. They said, how can we mitigate it even if we do allow? Case in point, let's give them civil rights or let's give them affirmative action, but let's also mitigate how much affirmative action actually goes to African descendant people who were enslaved inside of America, and put all these other groups in it that could create a buffer. And it's very strategic. So that's why I said, let's sit down and talk about it. My opinion would be that.
Well, I think at this point, Big Daddy government is the only one who will be able to get everybody in the same room and proverbially call everybody down to the principal's office, because I don't see the Yvette Carnells and the Tone. I don't really see them being able to talk with anybody shot. Oh, by the way, I'm both. I'm ADOS and Pan-Africanist. I'm for Black people fighting wherever they are. The ultimate goal for me is a totally sovereign and modern Africa that's able to provide for and protect and defend Black people wherever we are on the planet. So I don't think that we all need to go back, but I think we all need to advocate Africa is the crown jewel. So that's just my opinion. So I'm both ADOS and Pan-Africanist, but I don't think anybody but, like I said, Big Daddy government is going to be the only one that can get everybody into the principal's office, because there's just too much pettiness and immaturity. And that gets back to the heart of my initial question, is about how to talk and how to get things resolved when there's so much immaturity and so much ego involved. And I wanted to know that from men about what I can do as a woman to promote healing and say things that need to be said, because it does disturb me when I hear men talking about what they're not going to do here. I argue too that, first of all, they need to, you can't give up on America. America is not going to turn into a Mad Max landscape in the next 30 years. So
how do you know those are men? They may be older boys.
Well, I can see them. Many of them are on YouTube, and so I physically see them, and they're most of them are.
He was just saying they were older boys.
I want to raise my hand next, because I really got something I want to say.
Okay, but yeah, so I just want to know, like, how can we have this debate? There's a reason why there's that term, healthy debate, because
you will find most of those guys don't have jobs. So one of your first questions needs to be,
how do you know? How do you know they don't have jobs? How do you know?
Wait, hold on. All right, cool.
Sir.
Go ahead, Locke. It's you, Locke.
The manosphere guy.
All right. Well, this is what I want to say about it. I study etymology. So I'm always seeking the truth, the knowledge of what something actually means. The truth, whether I like it or not. I mean, once we realize what I believe certain definitions or the new revised definitions of certain words been corrupted. Once you get to the root of a lot of these words and you get a sense of what it really mean, like a patriarchy versus a matriarchy. Just be in a traditional sense, just because there's a patriarchy does not exclude a man from being a man. Versus just because it might be a patriarchy does not exclude a woman from being an actual woman. It's just all about what people's different cultural biases is, and versus with the conversation about what he's saying about boys versus men. Now, I believe being a man and being a woman requires a certain level of responsibility and maturity. I don't believe because you're 18, you a man or you're a woman. I believe that there's a mental and an actual you bearing fruit that constitutes you a man. Now, if you can produce from nothing to something, then I believe you're a man or you're a woman. If you are able to be responsible to to be able to produce for yourself and to those who are you're responsible for, I believe you're a man. Now, if you're living with your mom after a certain age because you just want to take care of your mom, that's different. But if you are past 30 and you still live with your mom and you're dependent on your mom as if she is still like as if you are still a child and unable to be able to provide for yourself, that's a different situation. So I believe that people really need to learn what certain words mean in order to get a full or have a full understanding of what they're saying so they can understand. Like it's just certain people. I mean, that's just my point about the whole situation. Now, what he said about boys, is I know it's a lot of old people that just because they're old don't make them elders. You know what I mean? You just survive a certain age. What makes a person elder is based on the definition is what contribution did they give to the youth. So if you can't say you a man and you 60 years old and you don't have no fruit that you have bared that constitutes you as a man. That's all I got to say.
All right, pro woman.
Yeah.
Ask Uncle Loke one of the questions that you tried to bring up to those other communities.
Okay. Okay. So. Okay. Here's where this one YouTuber literally cut me off, disrespected me, threatened me. He was gonna sick some other YouTuber on me and destroy me, body me in debate. First of all, ain't nobody gonna body me because I'm not gonna allow it. And if they want a WWE wrestling match, they're not gonna get that with me. That's not what I'm about. But okay, so Uncle Loke, I don't know where you stand on the Pan-Africanist ADOS thing, but can we agree? So this is literally the question that he cut me off, disrespect, all that. Can we agree that we should turn Africa into a home base, a sovereign home base, much like Israel is, and such that it can go and defend and protect its people wherever they are in the world, that it strengthened itself enough that it can go and help other people in the world, much like what the United States has done. The United States can actually go and help and protect Europe like they did in the World War, helping Britain with Germany and so on and so forth. So do you agree, Uncle Loke, that we should turn, that the goal is to have Africa to be a sovereign home base for the protection of all African people everywhere?
Yes, I do. Based on me being, I subscribe to being black, regardless of my native roots, regardless of my low percentage of Caucasian roots. The black is still implied. You know what I'm saying? Like when black people call themselves black, they don't really understand where it come from. We're not calling each other black because we have dark skin. We're calling each other black, or we're calling ourselves black based on our African heritage and African DNA and African phenotypes. So it's not. So if that's where I'm Black and I'm Proud came from, it's just the fact that we have created our own culture. So I mean, we are part of those, and we're also part of the Pan African situation. I think that a lot of people misunderstand what Pan Africanism means. It really, for my understanding of it and the definition of it, is different than what you said that what it is. But I think that's a good course. But goes on to say it's just about what if we are the type of Black people that if we're not going to do anything, then we need to stay our ass here. But if we're going to actually do something and do something that is more beneficial to the collective of Black people, whether you African or whether you ADOS, it depends upon what contribution are you going to be able to bring. Like, you know, it depends on your contribution.
Let me
look at that. But those YouTubers didn't have the ability to respond that way because that YouTuber is, he says one of the reasons why he wants to go back to Africa and leave America is he cites the lack of control. He always saying, we don't own anything, we don't control anything here. In Africa and Nigeria, they own this, they control that. And I was saying, well, no, that's not necessarily the case. And actually, he has a video up now where he's talking about there was a situation in Nigeria where they were not in control in their own country.
But
So
here's the problem with
I
that.
would say, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Instead of you saying no, accept his answer for what it is and move to the next question. Because there are people in these YouTube spaces who you got to understand, just like I answered the brother shot question, how do I know? I've been around since 2007. I've had successful channels. I had a 42,000 subscriber channel. This stuff means nothing to me because I have a career where I'm almost at six figures. I don't say that to be braggadocious. I just don't have time to put into YouTube like some other folks do. I come here for the conversations to grow, not to receive. So with that said, Pro Woman, you got people, you got to understand, some people don't want pushback. I enjoy pushback because I want to grow from it. But you got people who've been married 2 or 3 times, divorced, giving dating advice. You got one guy who's been going to school for the past 7 years, living in a small studio apartment. You got another guy who's been driving Uber, another guy who's a tattoo artist. These are top producing YouTubers. So when you hear some of their theoretical stuff, I would suggest that maybe that's not the opportunity to push back. Just hear their answer for what it is and move to the next question. That's just a suggestion. Go ahead, Uncle. I'm sorry.
No, I mean, you know, I was just talking about, I've actually lost what I was about to say. I'm sorry.
Well, because what if someone is being irresponsible with their platform? What if someone, because some people are new to this and some of the stuff that they hear people talking, it sounds good and it sounds deep because they don't have perspective and context and things to compare it to. And so it sounds like really, really profound. So if I just call in just to say, well, hey, consider this into your stance as well. Take it in what I'm bringing up. For example, you can't abandon America. There's a huge export opportunity. Africa is going to need export markets. So you want to stay on the lookout for export opportunities here in America. America is not going anywhere in the next, let's say, 30 years. But this person doesn't talk about that because they're saying that they want a lot of the Pan-Africanist YouTubers don't talk about that sort of thing because they're saying that they want to divest of America. So if I just bring that up, well, hey, you can't dismiss America. So I just bring up that, and then I get an emotional response.
But the key word is, you might as well just put on the enslaving list, right? You can't do this, you can't do that.
Well,
what we want to get towards is, hey, I would like to offer a solution or a possibility or something that you could look at again. It's not telling, like, if I come into the conversation and tell you what you can and can't do, being a Negro who don't own no factories, don't own no distribution, and like, where do you get the authority to issue out a statement where you can't do this? So I think we need to change our vocabulary and how we collaborate with each other, because we do offer situations, or there's circumstances where I wouldn't agree with a brother says, but I necessarily say, hey, have you thought about this? Like, we need to have conversations and communicate. We haven't been doing this for a long time. So that's why you get all this braggadocious, I'm right, and we getting unbalanced in our emotions and all this other stuff, and healthy debate. We don't need none of that. What we need is communication. We need analysis. We debating a lot, but we're not analyzing nothing together. We're not working as scientists do when they come into the lab and say, how do we reach this? You got a hypothesis. I got a hypothesis. Do you just see them on YouTube talking about, hey, my hypothesis is this and this is a controllable variable? Nah, like, they sit down, and I think we need to have more collaborative operations like that, and collaborative programming like that, so that we can also gain, of course, progress in whatever direction it may be, and be completely fine with other people who have different ways of solving the same issue. That's completely fine. We talk about freedom. We talk about, I got my right to say this. I have another person who have their right to do that. But we need to correct, like I said, the bad relationship and the verbiage and the terminology. But that would take time, with due time of us, speaking with each other. We haven't spoken in like this. We haven't had our own platforms where it's just like all of us Black people coming on, talking to each other, building at this type of level. Like, somebody who just in the crib can just get online and have a following of 60,000. That's never like before. You had to go out and do work in the community, yep, and you had to get promoted. So it was vastly different, whereas I can just put on my phone, put it on a chicken noodle soup, and be like, okay, this is what I think about what we need to do as Black people all across America. Like, that's a different time, and people are going to follow it because many different reasons. So everybody's going to have their clan. So I think
doesn't that argument? Isn't
Can
that
I just
argument?
interject briefly, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
I just wanted to say, one, pro-woman, I wouldn't underestimate the downfall of the United States. Right now, speaking today, right as we speak, the Federal Reserve is not able to print coins because, unlike paper money, coins require actual precious materials, even though we cut them heavily. So a lot of stores, for example, are asking that any coinage be put onto a card or not give out coinage because there's actually not enough coin in circulation. So not talking about paper money, but actual coin that we use some level of precious metals for. Also, when we talk about investment in Africa, we have to recognize that the vehicle for barter, that is money, is not what is most important. What's most important are resources. And the reason that all eyes have always been on Africa, the reason for colonialization, the reason for Asia being in Africa, is that is where we find the bulk of the Earth's natural resources. We find that in Africa and South America. So those areas have always been targets because at the end of the day, money can become defunct, right? Money is simply a vehicle for barter of actual tangible goods. So we want to be we want to look at our investment in Africa, not just from we have blood roots there, but from a pragmatic standpoint to compete globally. We need access to resources. So it behooves us to overlook the second largest continent on Earth, if we don't count Asia, or if we counting Asia, and the most resource-rich continent on Earth, including biodiversity and the water off of the western coast of Africa. So when we look at it that way, our investment in Africa is simply a matter of pragmatism, which is why everybody has been on the grab for African soil and resources. So we want to look to it in that way. Now, just to digress a bit in the conversation, and then I'll let you guys carry on. We shouldn't look at Pan-Africanism or ADOS as two things that cannot coexist. ADOS is just a way to say, individuals who are descendants of enslaved people here in America, right? That has nothing to, we can carry the ADOS title if people choose. That has nothing to do with us being in competition with the rest of the diaspora. Just like Haitians call themselves Haitians and Ghanaians call themselves, it's just a name. But we want to be careful about these divisionary tactics. And we want to get into the movement that is happening. And I always hearken back to what Venezuela, Cuba are doing in correlation with Haiti and Russia and all of these smaller countries. We want to get on the page of them, which is closing Europeans out of trade. And doing that requires fostering relationships with other nations that are already doing that work. So whether we realize it or not, there is a revolution afoot throughout the world where you have several nations that are rich in natural resources that are cutting European traditional Western countries out of their trade. And those are a lot of the countries we see Western nations attacking or trying to cause coups in, because obviously they don't want that. So we have to start looking forward and recognize that there is a shift. Also keep in mind that right now in America, we've brought in a third of our crop. So we're short on crop for like the third or fourth year running. So there's a lot of moving parts happening right now. And we may actually see a shift in what can be achieved here in the United States much sooner than I think a lot of people fully appreciate and realize. Like I said, we don't even have the ability to print coinage at this point. So we need to be watching the global climate and making our moves based on, as ADOS people, we need to be making our moves based on competing globally and fostering these relationships with our people while we are capable of doing so, and while we still have strength as Black Americans. We can make a lot of moves because we're kind of like it or not, the house Blacks of the world, right? The house Negroes of the world that we may not be able to make in 20 or 30 years.
And I agree. I agree wholeheartedly. And actually, I would be maybe an African integrationalist. When I went to Africa about 10 years ago, I came back and I told everybody, integrate Africa into your life plans, whatever they are, integrate Africa into it. So I agree wholeheartedly. I would just say to keep in mind that America is a mature country. America's what, 300 something years old? So a lot of the decline that's happening is going to be a decline that will happen in nations. Remember, Egypt went through a state of decline as well. So a lot of things that are happening with America are just because America is a mature market, and a lot of it is contrived and on purpose. I think this is the COVID thing was a pandemic, but I don't want to put on the tinfoil hat and get too far into the conspiracy theory. I just want us to integrate Africa into our lives. I agree, and don't think that that everybody has to only go back there. That is what I would want to challenge.
And you
have to keep in mind, America is still going to be a viable export market for Africa, and Africa has to develop a manufacturing base. And so America, you want to keep America in mind for that, and exploit our relationship being here in America with that.
Now, I want to add too that I usually don't boast this out, but we do have a group of people who are from the diaspora, like Black people abroad, and then Black people all across Africa. And we have been able to accumulate massive amounts of land under our organization. We own it outright. And Africa has some of the most arable land in the world. Like I said, it has to be geopolitics. There can't just be only nationalistic politics. If you look in American history, majority of the actual revolutions that were fought inside America forced the institution of America to compromise on their strong position against Black Americans due to their international and geopolitical connections. They couldn't no longer afford to have this illusion of separatist and inclusion or exclusion, and then at the same time preach it to the world, and the other people were doing more inclusive things, and then it was a contradiction with the boundaries. So they made compromises, and there's actual historical research that has been done about these things. One avenue presses buttons and pressures on another avenue. So once again, I think we sat down and we spoke about these things, like Irene had said, not only in resources, but also in arable land. But we don't think like nation builders. We just feel like nation supporters and versus nation builders. So maybe we move into that. Like I said, I own a factory. That's a huge thing. We're from Baltimore. And one day when I started to create a factory that would facilitate businesses, and I own both the supply chain on the production and manufacturing and the distribution, and then change the margins on both sides, taking in more profit and owning more aspects of the supply chain, is a step up and a far cry away from just producing something and that's it, or distributing something and that's it. And that's something that we need to continue to build on. And those relations allow us to build in. That's why America has enclaves throughout the freaking world. They are not crazy.
And you know, going back to the protection thing, going to what BA just said, economics has a lot to do with it when you're a guy. When you're a guy, economics has a lot to do with it. But what happened in the 90s, we had this era of the work with a brother guy. And the work with a brother guy did not necessarily push himself like that. The work with a brother guy felt like, well, you shaming me because I don't have a car. Dude, you're 28. You should have a car by now, a hoopty, something. You shaming me because I don't have a $50 online business. Brother, you could start an eBay account right now, bouncing freight or bouncing clothes. You need to be doing something. And because of that, Irene, my belief is that it gave birth to the Just Enough brother. And the Just Enough brother, unfortunately, right or wrong, because women do some out-of-pocket stuff, a great percentage of them, but it gave him time to complain. He doesn't have a mental strategic war to concede with an Indian guy on a contract. He ain't putting his thought process dealing with budgets and all this type of stuff. Now, some dudes are, okay, a great majority of dudes are, but then you got these other dudes, man, who have that problem. Now let's go to the sisters. Let's not leave them off the hook. The sisters many a times are not even developing their own children educationally. You got women working in great positions, can't even get their own daughter to work as a secretary at the place she works at, let alone her son to even work in the mailroom. So now we have this, when we talk about protection, Irene, the ball is being dropped on both sides. But meanwhile, going back to BA's point, other ethnicities are looking at this and they're like, ha ha, he. What's up, Irene? Yeah, girl. Next thing you know, she got one of her flag people working there. Here come another flag person. Next thing you know, Irene's the last black woman working there when it was full of black people 6 years ago. Same thing for the warehouse worker. The warehouse worker, CA is at a warehouse, hypothetically. And now here I am, man, this is cool. We making this money. 7 years later now, I'm one of 5 black guys left. And we just don't understand the economics of what's really happened. In order for black women to get protected, black women have to spend time protecting their own children educationally and in the workforce, if nothing else. You just can't shine and be focused on, and I think you had spoken of this once before, Irene, a couple of years ago. You can't just sit up here and be focused on shining as a woman. Well, the same thing is true for these brothers. If we want these guys to protect, then these guys got to be supervisors. These guys got to be managers. Hell, you can't even be an owner. And I think BA will say this, unless you know margins, unless you know a profit allocations, you can't even have, you can be the head of the plumber in Blue County all you want to, but you're competing against family operated plumber companies. And you can go get your trade certification all you want to. You better hope that there's a black person, male or female, hiring. Otherwise, you're going to have to go to that Irish company and beg for a job. We got to stop playing with each other on this one up. I got you. It's just not working. And women are starting to realize, Irene, the more you insult these brothers who are doing something, you're defeating yourself, because that Indian girl that you high-fiving with, she can't wait to get you out of there. That Latin girl that you talking at lunchtime with, She can't wait for it to be your last day so her cousin can get in there.
See, can I interject? See, that's the whole point now, and I think that's why I would say a blanket statement as far as black feminism being dangerous for black women, because all the other feminine females, they have not excluded their males, and
Not at all. Not even close.
Why they going to exclude their uncles and they got their cousins and their brothers? That's just, destructive.
Wait. Look, forget the uncles and cousins. They don't even like other Indians, but it's still working together. The North don't like the South, but they still working together. Chinese, the Hong Kongs don't like the Mandarins, but they still working together. You don't never hear them publicly fighting. You can go over to Chinese YouTube right now. You won't hear it.
They're fighting right now in Hong Kong. Didn't you see what happened?
Yeah, but not publicly.
Yeah, but that's
protests in the street. That's pretty public. But for example, what you were saying, hold on, let me get one thing in there.
Publicly discrediting each other the way we do. We're kind of helping people take over, and it's kind of a weird thing to see in my view.
But that was my earlier point too about immigration. So, for example, a lot of that has happened because of chain immigration, right? Blacks were conned into supporting all this immigration. That's why we had somebody like Barbara Jordan in the 90s. She was a congresswoman. She was saying that this immigration is hurting blacks because these immigrants are taking the entry-level jobs that blacks traditionally took, right? And also, speaking of business, okay, I have an MBA. I went to San Diego State, well-versed in it. There's a lot more going on than just what happens in one corporation and one HR department. There are political actions that have been taken that have hurt us, right? The immigration situation has been used against lower class whites, lower class blacks, because these corporations want to bring in lower cost labor. And then once they get in there, there's often a language barrier. If the Indians can speak what they speak natively to their countrymen here in America, that it makes them even more competitive, because now the black person who's a native English speaker has become the odd man out.
Yeah, no, it's definitely. But I definitely think we need to look at, politics at many different levels, is utilized for many different things, and especially economics. Sometimes, we can tend to look at, sometimes, I'm not saying all the time, we tend to look at politics as this moral or ethical thing versus a real connection and insulated and basically inseparable from economics.
I don't see that. I think politics, and this is why I say ADOS. Yeah. So to me, ADOS is about Black Americans having a separate political identity, which may include things as separating from the Democrat Party on immigration, for a major example. Yeah. Because it's about economics, right? The morals, the ethics, that's window dressing, right? The economics is what the root issue has been for the last, at least since
I think a lot of things been
Reagan.
We had economics and we kept money in the black community for 5 years, but people busting you upside your head and killing you and blowing up your whole city will change your economics and your politics. That's just life and reality. Sometimes we get too attached to these abstractions, which are things like economics and politics and religion and education. And we forget that if I shoot you in your face, then that's the end of you, no matter what education you got. And we don't really also take that as a reality and realize that, that could happen too. I think, of course, those black communities that we created all across America did that. I mean, soldiers came back from wars and they were veterans and they stood toe to toe. But, sometimes you lose battles too. And that's real, and your community gets blown up, or if it doesn't get blown up, it gets legislated out of existence. So those conflicting forces, and especially on an economic level, is serious. But I wanted to move to one point that you brought up because it kind of goes with this, and it was, I know sometimes like destabilization is also a planned destabilization. So sometimes, when we look at what's happening in America or Europe, and we're like, it's gone crazy and it won't be the same. Let's not always think that people are just recklessly losing their country. That's far from true. They fought, they killed massive amounts of Indians, oppressed massive amounts of Africans to build this place, and they won't just let it slip from their hands. But sometimes, of course, immigration and the flooding and the changing of the culture creates that wave and that conflict for the uprise for that ethno culture to take everything back once again. So it might be a repeat of history, but nevertheless.
Do you think okay, look at the root topic and look at what Pro Woman said earlier. If we want to protect Black women and to go what leaders said as well about being managers and so on, isn't there a role for winning a political battle for Black America?
Yep.
Right? It's concrete. This is not abstract at all. You change immigration in America and you will change Black America.
If you undo what Reagan did.
That changes the material and the physical. That's all I'm saying. I'm not going against it. Definitely having that good political position. But now you got to deal with the small margins. I wouldn't say the majority, but I haven't did a survey neither. But the ones that would say, oh, no, you can't do that. You know, immigration, this country's built on immigration, because they bite into that American idea. Or they say, you know, many different things. Oh, we can't oppress other groups, Black and Brown coalition.
I agree, but I think that's the okie doke Blacks fell for.
Of course,
and I want to tie it into what Pro Woman said about when she brings it up with the other audience, is because if you take the opposite stance, which is my stance, for example, you take care of 3 or 4 birds with one stone by having Black Americans have a solid political identity and lobbying for specific policies like immigration, maybe Medicare for all, and maybe a UBI and so on. Right? It's all connected. It doesn't have to be abstract at all.
Hold on. But only the financial Blacks are able to make that happen. The hyperbole and verbal Blacks would not be able to do that shot, because anything through Congress requires for you to bankroll a rep to sit at Congress all day, shaking hands and pushing the shot agenda. So the financial Blacks would have to bankroll that. But go ahead, Shot.
Every Black American over a certain age has a vote, and people do campaign and try to get those votes. So even the Black, I mean, look, we had
a vote doesn't move Congress, Shot.
But
yes, it does, because it changes.
Okay, watch this though. Let's say just do both.
I don't know what the other one is.
He said the bank rolling thing, and then you said the vote. So let's just do both.
No, but those are connected, right? Because if you have a political movement,
you could do both. One of them cannot be connected. A bunch of rich people can just go do what they want to do without voting of other people, and then also a bunch of other people can just vote without any real economic power. So they're not the same.
They feed off each other, right? Because they can't do
not necessarily
without the public, right?
Okay, you said they feed over. I say they probably don't. It doesn't matter. Let's just move forward and do both of them. I think we can agree on that.
I don't see what is the both, because they're connected. If you have a political idea,
okay, they're connected. Okay, now let's just do both. Let's just do both.
Excuse me, but your position wasn't clarified though. What do you want politically?
Well, the brother said about economics, right? He said the people who have capital and economics, right, to actually implement things. And then you said, of course, the people and the vote, like the masses or a good amount of people, right? Or wrong?
Well, I'm saying one concrete policy Black Americans can push towards is having a more controlled immigration situation. That will change Black America in half a generation. No question about it.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And then what did you say? CA? Excuse me, brother.
No, well, the politics, unfortunately, happens in a more shadier way. Congress controls pretty much everything. So in order for you to get a lot of stuff done, like the Chinese, like Israel, you gotta pay a representative to wake up every morning, leave his condo, and go down to the Congress floor and shake hands and make promises.
And garden that support, yeah. And sometimes you guys write the policy that they just read and sign, and maybe sometimes some of these guys haven't even read it.
All right, but here's my thing though, and this is why I wanted to bring in Pro Woman, because my point was she was worried about being labeled, for example, a white feminist if she brings up certain topics with that other audience. Well, maybe she shouldn't be afraid of that, because we may have allies among white America. We saw what happened with Trump. We saw what happened with MAGA. They have all sorts of other problems, but the immigration issue, especially as it relates to economics, was a major part of how he got elected.
Possibly frenemies, but I wouldn't call them allies.
I think what me and BA, I think, and a young gamer girl, we gonna let you speak. We promise. But I think what me and BA are saying, Shot, is we're not in disagreement. I think me and BA are coming from a business standpoint of what can you apply on Monday. See, there's a difference between saying what we should do and what we definitely can apply on Monday or Wednesday. And unfortunately, the way politics works, the faster things happen is financially. Voting does work. It does trickle down, but the House can block stuff. Paul Ryan spent his whole career just blocking Obama stuff. Didn't do nothing for his state or for his people. Mitch McConnell has turned Kentucky from the 15th poorest to the 3rd poorest in the country 8 years running. So it's really about, I guess we're just looking at it from the standpoint of, okay, Shot, tell us how we can apply that come Monday, because if we're just going to get to a point where we talk about it, then we're right back where we are today. That's my thought.
Well, it's not that simple. I mean, we hold elections every 2 or 4 years, depending on the office. We can't pretend that politics doesn't change things in America. Now, I agree with you. I love things that are actionable immediately. That's why we've had boycotts. You saw what happened with Black Lives Matter and everything that went on there. You could say, okay, we're no longer going to buy from companies that hire immigrants over blacks.
Yeah, go ahead, Pro Woman.
Really quickly, just because Shot was referencing me and my concern about being considered a white feminist with my username, and if I bring up any kind of issue that relates to women, I didn't want to be mischaracterized as something that I am not. I am absolutely not a white bourgeois feminist or a white feminist of any kind. And then I didn't want people to be blinded to my statements that came thereafter, after they saw my name and anything that I might have been saying. So that was my concern. And see what we're doing here. We're talking, the reason why we're able to be so civil and I think productive is because we're talking about more ideas over ideology and more operations versus opinions. When you debate, which is what they do on Sinetta, pretty much on YouTube all the time, ideologies and opinions, you can just debate ad nauseum, literally, until you are sick. And that's kind of what I get sometimes when I listen to some of these programs. But so that's why I think we're able to be productive here. We're talking about ideas and operations. Now, we can put ideas on the table and hash out and then go with the best strategy. I think we can start to be more productive. Okay, Gamer Girl, you're up.
Oh, hello.
Hey.
I don't really have anything right now to speak on. I've just been listening to the conversation. Sounds really good. Someone else can go. Thank you.
My homie BMT is here, so I'm gonna drop down, but I'm gonna say this. Thank you guys for being civil. Thank you for showing the better conversation we can have. Unfortunately, my experience on YouTube, we just got way too many anti-blacks, and I people have black faces, doesn't mean they have black concerns, doesn't mean they want to see black growth. The reason why I know so much of this stuff that goes behind the scenes, I was one of the people that helped start Manosphere. So I understand it. What
happened to it? What happened? It's gone left.
It's your fault.
It just comes down to this. It just comes down to this. Unfortunately, we had a bunch of people who wanted to pay rent, and they was willing to put out and regurgitate any discussion that created views and watch time. And now it's gotten so polluted to where our people don't realize that our children are not benefiting from these conversations. The children of 2030 are going to be embarrassed about the 1999 blacks, because you didn't have German shepherds like the 70s. You didn't have crack cocaine like the 80s. The many of the 90s people, you know, I don't know what they're fighting for or fighting against, because they're befriending the same people who are like, I can't wait to get my cousin here so I can get them up out of here. And I think people just don't realize it. And you know, that's all I'm gonna say. So I'm gonna make way for BMT and get up out of here. Peace, y'all.
Hey, it was great for having me.
Bye.
I think also too, going back to the subject.
Let me
go ahead.
Respond to
Pro woman, was it me? You can say that name. We should all say my name. Some of the people don't even like to say it.
I don't have a problem. I think you're.
Now let me respond to pro woman before I forget again. When she listen, I know what pro. If you're a black woman, you are the mother to the human race. So that's you. But what I'm trying to say is that your response to people who or males that are overly sensitive, I believe you should respond to them accordingly. Me personally, being a masculine man who has had
You're cutting in and out.
a male who he wasn't
Did
gay,
Gamer Girl ask her question?
but he suspect.
What? No, I didn't have a question.
He acted a little bit too much like a female to me. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, Gamer Girl just said she.
Hello, am I good? John went out again.
You sound better now.
It's better now.
All right. What I was trying to say is that I'm not offended by the pro woman thing, because I know what women mean in reference to black women. So and pro. So I believe black women should be pro women instead of just feminists. Just say you were pro black woman, like you for anyway. What I was trying to say is when you engage with individuals or males that are sensitive, I mean, you might have to deal with them accordingly. I had a male friend, a homie, who acted a little bit too sensitive to me, which made me believe he was suspect. But I had to learn that some people are different. Not everybody going to be an alpha or a beta. You might have to deal with a gamma. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like learning to deal with people who might not be as battle tested or callous as you might be.
Yeah,
that's all I gotta say.
Yeah, I'm pretty battle tested. I'm pretty thick skinned, and I don't mind having my ideas being challenged and picked apart, especially if it's coming from a good place. But because we have to have these kinds of discussions, this is how change and anything else is brought about. You put ideas on the table and you go with the best ones. You take them apart and you see what holds up, what doesn't. And it's just, it seems like that can't be done constructively very much on YouTube. And then to men, I was just wondering, since the topic was on protection, how do I ask for it? How do I say that I want it? How do I express a concern if a black man is talking about not wanting to do it, what they're not going to do, they're not going to vote, they're not going to do anything here, they're divested here, and that concerns me. So how do I say those things? How do I express that concern without pushing buttons? I'm just wanting to ask, so I can get to a place of healing. I'm not trying to be a simp in reverse. I don't know. Do women simp? I don't know. Y'all, the ministry guys got to help me.
Yes, women simp.
Women simp?
That's women simp. Yes, they do.
Oh,
I would say this.
Let's stop that. I think we need to stop these terms with calling people simps and all that. See, those are things that when I was coming up, and I even see BA shaking his head because I've even seen them shame men that marry a woman with children, say, "Oh, you're a simp." I'm like, hold up, that man literally is taking care of a family, and y'all will literally shame that man and call him something as if he's a less than. Like, do y'all see y'all? Do y'all? Those are things that. But do you see white people calling their people simps when they take on a family? But we'll shame our men, say call them cleanup men and stuff. Like I'm on the grass level, and Irene brought up a good thing about protection of men. And one of the biggest things why a lot of our men are leaving. I teach trade, and I have my own real estate and properties that I manage. One of the reasons why a lot of young men are leaving Pro Woman is for the fact that the young men don't believe there's any set of resources viable to make them want to stay. See, when you have something viable to make you want to stay, you know what I'm saying, that actually can help you build, or you know what I'm saying, that you know what, I don't have to leave outside of my home because I have things that are sustainable that can actually put me on. See, I don't want them to have to run to the streets to get put on. I want them to be able to run to a brother and say, hey man, I'm going to teach you how to actually do some work electric board. I'm gonna teach you how to do some piping and some masonry. See, those kind of things, those are legacy type of building skills that, mind you, they were taken out of the black schools at one time. And I'm not saying, but I know some people saying, well, what about tech and other stuff? But when you get the foundational things down pat, when you start getting those things down pat towards building, setting up your own buildings, because I was going over it, I said, listen, I was going over throughout COVID, me and my family, there was 20 of us. I said, here's the plan. We're going to take $120 each. And we're each and every one of us adults, we're going to take $120 and we're going to put it in the savings. And even if somebody falls short, we'll all have money still regardless, but we'll all have $120 saved up. We do that in 4 months. You know how much money we saved up? $20K. We had $20K already saved up.
You and a group of men?
That was a group of men and women.
Cool.
That was a group of men and women. Now hold on. Now I want you to understand. Now that's just only 20 people. But literally that was a code that was put among us that literally, if the system were to say that, you know what, guess what, we can't, but mind you, no small mom and pop stores were getting advancements or money like that. But we were able to fend and actually stand on our own because we understood that, yo, man, like all I got is my own. But we could actually do more damage. I'm like, let's just go ahead and get a property. Now, mind you, like, I mean, I'm already doing this. I want to speak on something I'm not doing. But I'm like, right now, we need policies put out there. We need things put out there. Men should be talking about policies. You start making the policies and rules in your own town, guess what? You can start calling your own shots. You can start making your own shots. Start putting some of your own people into city council, town council. Get them on the boards that be pushing past for legislation that you need for permits and stuff. I don't see a lot of brothers, like when I go up to there for auction and bidding, I don't see a lot of black men up there on those boards when I be bidding. But you know who I got to compete against? Arabs, Latin brothers, all of them. And I'm like, damn, this was one or two of me. Mind you, I do see a few black females in there. And I said, listen, sisters, I know you got your business, I got my business. I'm going to bid lower than you. So that way, at least you can get that. Why are you going to do that, Mr. Johnson? Because at least if one of us wins, we all win. I'd rather keep it in our corner than give it out to somebody else. But see, you got to have that mentality that we all got to get a win some way or the other. But other people, when they come in, they know that you're the enemy. I'm not trying to talk like that, but it is what it is.
That's so, right.
But exactly, that is like they like, listen, I may not like that guy over there, but guess what? He's one of us. So literally right now, it's all about right now, but we already see how the markets are going. Alliances are being formed behind closed doors every second, ever since that president said, yo, good luck, y'all on your own. That should have been a wake-up call to let y'all know, yo, I might want to start looking on my brother's keeper speech. I don't have time for no gender war talk. I don't have time for that because guess what? We dwindling. They already talking about breaking up states and stuff. They already talking about making new deals and policies and stuff. But you know one thing they're not talking about? They ain't talking about us that much anymore. You want to know why? They're pushing us to the side because we're starting to become expendable, or we're starting to be the mouthpiece to other people. I'm coming there. See, this is the time where now it's called put your money where your mouth is. I don't want to talk anymore. I just want to pay for somebody like me to say, hey, brother, I'm going to pay you. Are you illegal? Yeah, guess what? I need you to pass this grant across. Get it across. Don't worry. Don't worry about the money. I'll pay for you to do that. I'm not trying to put my kids back in school, But if I know a brother who can teach online school, guess what? He's best believe he's about to get the job. I'd rather keep my kids and any of my children in my community at home, and we turn on the screen. We pay a brother to teach our kids from grade 1 through 6 and on whatever day we got to teach them. Why? Because I understand right now it's either us or them. And if you ain't thinking like that, I don't know what you're thinking of anymore.
Are
So
your
right
kids in
now,
Q-Butter school?
Also, I
Or
want
would you
to add something there,
consider putting them in
Ray.
Q-Butter school?
huh?
Are your kids in Q-Butter school, or would you consider putting them in Q-Butter's online school?
My kids are already in online class school.
Okay. Hey,
At Q-Butter or just another one?
just
I'm
a,
getting go ahead.
no, go ahead, because people need to hear that school. So go ahead, brother.
We have private schools down here. Like we already have prestigious preparatory academy and Miracle Academy. So we already have already owned privately owned black schools down here
Hmm.
in South Carolina that majority of us black families we fund. You know what I'm saying? That was before I even knew about YouTube and Q-Butter.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, much respect to Q-Butter. Like I said, I don't mind throwing some dollars towards him, but I know for the brothers and sisters that are locally here, mind you, we're pulling teachers out of
Retirement.
retirement. You know what I'm saying? I said, listen, I know it's a lot. I know you did your time and your tenure, but we need you to come back. It takes a lot to want to bring them back on the battlefield. Just like for when the hospitals went down, guess what? We had midwives stepping up and nurses stepping up. Guess what? Somebody had to birth these babies. Babies weren't stopping. So one of the brothers had to rent out his summer home so that way the women could go in there and start delivering babies. So a lot of older women, they were delivering babies. They got their nurse's license right back on.
And also,
So you gotta understand, at this point now in the game, see, everything ain't gonna be televised. Everything ain't gonna be on social media. Everything don't need to be on social media. You need to find people that are like you, that think like you, that know how to move silently.
mhm.
We don't have to keep bragging about what we do. See, you don't see these Arabs brag about, well, guess what I just did on social media, y'all? I'm a flex to y'all. No, by the time you find out, it's too late.
And-
And you gotta adopt that mentality. Everybody who looks like you ain't gonna be for you that want to see you make it to the promised land. And now that I understand that, now I just keep my mouth shut. I don't beg people. Right now, we're trying to support a brother who got a halfway house, but a lot of black men, what they ain't talking about, a lot of black men are homeless now. A lot of black boys are homeless on the street right now. They ain't got no place to go. So you know what? So they start turning to things that they don't need. We need to find a way how to give these men a safety. Now they do have stuff for women and children, but they don't have nothing for a man.
Man,
Once he gets rock bottom, he's on his own. I've been out there on the streets. It ain't easy.
bro,
So
it ain't easy.
it ain't easy. It is not easy to get back up on your feet. So this is when they start talking about black on black crime. You know what I'm saying? If we have something to keep our brothers from falling rock bottom, say it's okay, brother. You know what? We don't got money to pay you, but if we can give you a skill, we can feed you, we can put on you a little uniform and get money in your pocket until you can pay for this place. If we have that, do you know how much that would reduce on crime? You know how much that would reduce on a lot of stuff?
Yeah, let me add in there real quick, King.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to add this because it spoke to everything. I think you touched on the education. Teach our own is the most important thing because, of course, we tend to forget or we tend to not know, or maybe we just don't know. When people call something standard education, there is no such thing. And Dr. Amos Wilson says, again, they deceive us and try to make us think that the school is a non-political instrument and it is not part of a total political system. So a lot of times when we have our children in other people's school, they are teaching them in total political system. And we think it's just standardized education for all people. It is not. It is very political. But I want to continue on to what you were just speaking about specifically in Dr. Amos Wilson's book, Issue of Manhood, Black and White. He says, what are we saying here then? And he said, we can't have a race of male consumers. This is the part of our problem right here. In the black group of black or men choose or whose primary drive is consumption. They do not care how it is made, who makes it, let's just get it. The Japanese tried to get through to you and tell you the truth. Give me an apology, we demanded. Instead of mulling over, how do you make these gone doggone it things since our kids buy so many of them? If I can make it, then I can sell it to them myself or provide them with it and consequently, they won't have to go out and kill and knock people in the head to get it. No, we don't want that. We are too busy reacting to insults. That's the problem. They have misplaced pride. They get upset over the wrong things. It's foolish for a people to buy all these radios and all of this garbage and not become producers themselves. Other men have the right to question your manhood, peoplehood, and sanity when you don't do that. What kind of crazy people hand Koreans and other people thousands and thousands of dollars while their children go hungry in the streets? Dare they call themselves people? It doesn't make any sense. They tell you to your face, and because you do not accept the truth, you want to holler about them. And I think the primary part about that is, like the brother was saying, is starting as male protection, black male protection, is to create these opportunities, to create and become producers and manufacturers and distributors, so that we can, of course, provide not just words and what we should do or what another brother should do, but opportunity in education, in jobs. And these are very tangible things, along with the political ideologies and the political movements and what Shot was talking about, or Say Ye was talking about. I hope I pronounced his name right. But nevertheless, when we become producers of not only materials, but producers of our political ideas, our political parties, and our education, we can change the direction. But if we don't do that, then we deal with the ills of lack of protection, exploitation, and destruction that we deal with. And I think those conversations which the brother had about males not only protecting females, but black males need to protect black men also, and then realign ourselves with that type of love for each other and brotherhood, as strong as people who, when they get into the military, racial backgrounds different. Some might even be racist. Some might be Democrats and Republicans, but they shut all that shit up for the brotherhood of the military and then do what is necessary for the mission. And if we can do that in other people's circle for other people, we need to definitely reinforce that amongst ourselves, whether it be ADOS, whether it be FBA, whether it be B1, whether it be Pan-Africanists, whether it be Hebrew Israelites. We need to figure out how we can be, quote unquote, an army of one, and brothers that not only protect the sisters, but also protect ourselves. We need to help heal each other and support each other, and not only just through words, like I said, but through action and also opportunity and rewards.
Can I just jump in real quick? I just want to say, Irene had said on another show she had a few days ago that we need to start focusing more on the men who are doing the work, who are constructive and mature like you guys. So I'm just so glad that I happened upon the stream and I jumped in. So now that I can see and just get the energy of you guys, as opposed to the manosphere energy that so much is prevalent on YouTube. And she was just right. And this is just an example of what she was talking about, how we can now start to focus more on men like you guys are. And I just want to just thank you for being you. And BMT, let me ask you really quickly, and this goes back to what Black Ambassadors was saying about being a producer. I heard you on Information Man's podcast the other night about the Will and Jada situation. And should Will have protected her better? Is she worthy of protection? Will's been a provider. He certainly has been productive and producing, things. So should he have protected her, in your opinion?
In my opinion, for that one right there, on that one, because I've been hearing a lot of Black YouTube throwing all their stuff about that.
Yeah.
The first law, and I'm speaking as a married old man. As my wife, I would have wanted my wife to, first of all, sit by me and literally said, "Listen, this is behind us. We're going to give our closing statement. That is me protecting you." But I wanted that man to sit in front of me and say, "Don't you contact me. Don't you contact my wife or anything like that." That took a blow to him. And I'm not going to call, I don't want to, I can't tell you for what another man should do. I know we got a lot of that where we tell men what they should and should not do. But I felt like at that time, the only thing that Will could have got on social media and started trashing Jada. He could have done that.
And he
And
did.
but he did it. He didn't do that. That's the one thing that a lot of people say he's a simp. If he really wanted to be, he could have just got on there, started and joined in with the party and trashed. But however, he sat there and took, and that's the thing. See, that's the thing about masculinity. It's a lost art that some men have lost. That literally, what we deal with as men behind closed doors, that's what we handle. I will never bash my wife in front of you dogs on social media. That ain't for y'all to decide. That's for me and my woman behind closed doors.
And
But
especially, oh,
yeah,
and especially, I think another brother who was doing a great analysis with Tommy Curry, he was saying that look at the lack of empathy. Black men get killed all the damn time. Get murdered on the street, and then their corpse is utilized for other people's agenda. And when you come down to like a Will and Jade or whatever, this man is hurting, and then here comes people. Oh, did he do it? Oh, his fault. Like, come on, man. Like, which man? Imagine if a woman had to go through that. Would people be saying it's her fault? Like, we have to, and the empathy, and this is why Tommy Curry wrote the book "Man Not." The empathy for Black males, and just within the community, forget everybody else about how they view us, but nevertheless inside the community towards Black males, and having that compassion in their death, in their sexual abuses. It's not really comprehended. It's understood, and people utilize it for whatever. But to never mass incarcerations, even Boule Blacks who like, I got a good job with Apple, so I'm clowning Pookie and Ray Ray. All this terminology of immature lack of manhood, boys who don't really understand that, and I'm not calling them boys to disrespect them, but if you look at the definition of manhood, it's something that is socially applicable to your community. It's not just you were born a man. You were born a male, but you have to earn your manhood as a man, and that's by, like I said, doing things society is demanding and looking for you to do for survivability and thriving. So when we look at that situation, we have to empathize with our brother. We have to empathize with the family. Work with them, but clowning and trashing. I don't usually give stories, but I'll give a quick story. My friend went through a lot of pain, and I told him, you know what the difference between me and you and all these other people? Black women, women can say the craziest stuff to each other, and they have a close friend that knows more than their boyfriend. You get what I'm saying? Like, oh, this guy, he did me wrong. They'll tell them about the whole sexual thing that happened, and she got disrespected, and then she'll cry, and then they'll come together and work together. But men, we don't like confide in each other like that. It's like, oh, my boys might clown me. My boys might say something. And we have to build that relationship amongst each other as men and in our community to build those safe spaces for our manhood. And brothers can talk to each other and grow with each other and build versus, the repetitive clowning, joning, all this other things that I'm not saying we always do, but also can be mitigated a little bit. And that situation, whether it was, him having his wife, I think we just need to sit back and understand that Black man's going through a lot. And let's not say, oh, it's his fault, he failed to protect. And let's analyze it with them as they analyze it.
but see, I want to say this to you, pro women, and ask me that. See, at the time, there used to be a time where if Black Ambassador would have a problem in his home, he could walk over to my house and sit down and we crack a beer and talk about it. But at the end of the day, I would pat him on the shoulder and say, okay, brother, time for you to go home. Because that's your home. You got to fight. You got to keep your kingdom together, because if your kingdom falls, that's one more family out there in the wind.
And possibly my community will fall.
Exactly. Like, you got to understand, every household that falls, that's a part of the community that we lost. We can't get that kingdom back. But we don't do that. It's like more so you wait, like men and women waiting like vultures. The minute they fall, what can I scrape out? What can I be like crows to get out of it? So now I worry about a lot of men, because instead of you being able to go to that older, more civilized man, and he tell you, like, I mean, one time when I was scared that my wife was pregnant, first time, and I didn't know how to handle it. And I just sat there playing video games and, saying, just chilling. My dad took my controller and broke that thing and said, get up. And he smacked me in my face. And he said, I never knew I raised such a punk in my house. And it wasn't the smack that hurt. It was the words from a man saying, you knew what you did when you was on top of her. But now you acting like a punk and you want to do a pity party with your boys. This is before YouTube and Yahoo. And you want to talk about, dang, that lady got me trapped. You take your ass and you go work at Sonic's. You go wash cars. I don't give a damn. That baby is on his way. Get your ass out my house. And he didn't let me come home for a whole week. I had to work and scrape and do what I had to do as a young man before that baby got there. And I don't, to this day, I don't regret it. I don't have no shame in telling that story because that's how men are supposed to treat men. If I'm falling weak, you pick my ass up and say, come on, get back in the fight. But we don't do that. And see, and also I got to tell the women that, listen, when I tell Jada, this is how y'all women want to know how to protect your men. Jada should have said, you know what? This is my husband, Og. That's what she should have said. She should have sat beside her husband, not across my husband. She should have sat beside her husband. This is my husband, Og. Don't disrespect our family again. See, I learned that from my grandma and other old women. Grandma would have never said nothing in church about her husband, no matter how drunk he was, no matter how much of a fool he was, no matter how stupid he was, no matter how much a cheater he was. Nobody in the church would have known but grandma. Because grandma knew to keep her mouth shut. There was an art and a code to that of a woman. I will protect the family. No matter what. I'll stand by that drunk.
What if the man is abusive?
Guess what?
Should she be quiet then too?
Guess what? I'll pray for his ass.
No, but real talk. What happens if the man is abusing her? Should she still stay quiet?
Guess what? That's when she can go to the other men to go check that man.
Yeah, exactly.
What other men?
That's you can't like I said, I done watched the playbook. I done watched the playbook when my granddaddy got drunk. All she did was go tell his brothers and go tell his father, and guess what? They came there and they took care of him. Now I ain't gonna say what they did to him, but I damn sure know that once she started raising his voice, all she says, James, I'm gonna go to that phone. And I promise you, his ass will go sit on that porch and shut up and sober up. But see, whatever those men did to him, they understood. They showed him. Don't you step out of line. See, there's a code. There's a code to all of this. But
what about the code of the guy not being drunk all the time, though? What about that code?
And then what about women being accused of getting men caught up in mess that can endanger their lives? All because maybe they were mouthing off. I mean, these are some narratives floating around. Women, a lot of these black men in jail are in jail for defending women and getting killed because women was running her mouth and the man popped her in the mouth because she was running her mouth and now she want me to come in and clean up.
We got a lot of stuff to fix, right?
Yeah, exactly.
The community. That's it.
Exactly.
But that goes to hold on a second. But that goes to a higher question because we do live in America. We have a legal system here. Vigilante justice, most of the time, is going to land you in prison, right? Domestic violence charges are an MFer, right? And likewise, if you call your uncle, brother, cousin, whomever to come check this guy who was drunk to begin with, right? In this story, he was drunk, he was messing up, and she kept her mouth shut. See, I don't think it should go that far. I don't blame women for leaving men that aren't behaving appropriately.
Yeah. Okay. We just need to fix a lot of stuff.
Yeah. Here's the thing about it.
We need to create ways to fix it.
But I don't want to be here all night.
We need to be the enforcement too. So it doesn't always have to be physical. There's many ways of control and mitigation. But
what if she said, if you don't quit drinking?
What if? I mean, let's.
The whole story was a what if, right? If she said, okay, don't drink. If you don't take care of your alcoholism, I'm leaving. Is that okay? Is she allowed to do that?
Did somebody say it wasn't okay?
I'm asking you. Do you think it's okay for a woman to do that?
I don't.
That's on you. Then I mean, I don't know. That's a pretty weak marriage to me because I mean, damn. I mean, I mean, for better or for worse, because I mean, guess what? If you my partner or you my mate, and I fall short on hard times, guess what? I want to know, is me drinking hitting the bottle? Is that how weak our marriage is? That, well, damn, I seen you drink 4 times in a row, but you struggling to get a job. So you know what? I'm gonna leave. Or guess what? You know what I'm gonna do? I can go try to look around and help you go find a job. Or better, why not? When I got some extra cleaning to get done, how about I take you around? You can go cut some grass. You see, I've been there and done that. See, I'm tried by tribulation. See, I know what it's like. When I didn't have a job, guess what? My old lady doggone looked out for me. Babe, guess what? There's some opening spots at the restaurant. You want to come pick up a few tables? Well, I don't want to be a busser. Who cares? We still getting money. So guess what? I went there, swallowed my pride, and I went there and I started busting tables and started washing dishes until I found a better job. See, that's the thing about it. It's a team thing. I can sit there and pity party all day and look at the negativity, but guess what? At the end of the day, I'm a man, and she's a woman, and either we're gonna help each other or we're gonna die failing. And we already doing a lot of dying and failing.
Are those the only options? There are more options than that. You can separate, for example. You don't have to die together. You can just separate.
But see, here's the thing about it. And I mean, separate. I think the black family's already done separated so much now. I don't know. We like spaghetti now. But I'm nowadays, I'm all looking at building. So I'm right now, I'm to this point where I tell sisters, if you see an opening or you know any of your homegirls that got an opening at a janitor at a job, tell a young brother or anybody, hey, you need a job? You trying to pick up some extra hours? Guess what? Hey, you want to come by my place? I can put in a good word for you. I mean, it's not that hard. I mean, I help some sisters get some jobs at the grocery store. We need to start putting each other on. I watch other people in other communities. Like I know these Jamaicans. They go down to the auction. They go buy a few convicts, clean them up. Guess what? They start busting people around. They'll pull their people around for a few dollars on the pennies. But guess what? When your ass get in there, they gonna give you full charge.
And then too, also with the woman leaving. Okay, let's say the woman leaving. Everybody just condone it. All right, cool. We still need to fix the problem. Like, the exit is not the solution. The exit is just a reaction. So we need to be proactive. So how do we mitigate it? And then how do we solve it? And then we need to come together and figure out how do we create these entities inside our society, in our communities, that mitigate these things like alcoholism, because there's a reason for it. It's not, he just woke up one day and just became an alcoholic. It has a reason, a cause and effect. And then also, how do we help that and assist that? And then how do we also have that avenue for the woman to express it, whether she's the one who reaches out, or the man to express it, whether he's the one to reach out, and it's still within the community and the constructs. So we could figure these things out. But even if you just said, yeah, women just leave, that's not a solution. I mean, that's a reaction, yes, but nevertheless, we need to be proactive and figure out, like, okay, how do we fix these things?
Now, I got a question, but I want to ask you a question.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Well, just go BMT. I'll jump in a second.
Well, one of the things I wanted to ask is, how many programs are there for mental health for Black families?
0 right now. Or
and they're Eurocentric, not Eurocentric too.
Exactly. But please, dude, don't compare the Black family to other families. We damn sure they go through the same thing.
Mm-mm.
And so
there are some. There are
that
some.
are not Eurocentric.
Well, the one I'm thinking of, I'm in Chicago, and the one I'm thinking of in
How many Black people we got?
yeah, I know. They're not enough, but there are some, and the government is kind of increasing these kinds of things. So there are some.
The reason why I bring that up is a lot of our people are carrying postpartum issues.
Mm-hmm.
And they're carrying it into trying to make a family, but they're already missing pieces already by themselves. I'm talking about something I know by myself. I'm talking about it that I remember my wife's mom told me, I just want you to know, my daughter, she has a little bit of, insecurity issues. And I was like, oh, don't worry about that. I got that. I didn't know what I was signing on to. Listen, it's a big deal when a woman tells you that her daughter got security issues. So, get into the car, a woman walk in and you think my dress looks nice, and all you do is make the slightest, it looks nice. Run right out the car, run right back in. I'm like, oh my God. This woman just ran right back in the house. We ain't gonna never make it. But I understand that a lot of our women and our men are carrying a lot of mental health issues. And literally, it's from family and a generation after generation. And that stuff adds up. That stuff actually starts to, we can't hide it no more. This ain't something that you can just pray away anymore. It's not like the government, you know what they tell you, get over it. So now when we're trying to find out some type of thing, but now it's affecting our boys so much where now we getting them, it's okay to put on a dress. It's okay to doggone be, you don't have to be masculine or tough. So now it's like, what's going to happen to us by this time? So I don't want my black women's femininity to die out. Black women can't even be effeminate to be a mom in the house anymore. That gets shame. A brother want to be proud of being a black man and actually want to say, hey, I'm going through some hard times. We shame that now. So we got a lot of issues. So whenever we attack just not just the physical and the financial, we definitely dealing with the mental. We got a lot of issues that it ain't gonna be fixed overnight or over the year or probably in our lifetime. So I'm saying, listen, man, if I can start taking some young brothers and young sisters and start making them feel good about themselves and empower them, hey, you got a job. You see that man over there, he's doing the right thing. See that young sister over there, he's doing the right thing. Y'all work together and y'all build it. Whatever y'all get together, make it work. Then make it work and try. I try to keep black people. I try to keep some young black people away from this sector of YouTube, but I know how negative it gets. I try to keep them away from it. I said, no, until y'all covered in the blood, stay away. Stay away. Don't get too close. Until you sure that y'all can handle this. I want these people to have a fighting shot. Now, I don't mind sending them to Irene. Sometimes I don't mind sending them, Brother Black Ambassador. I got to sit down with you sometime. We're going to have a good talk. But I'm saying, when we start talking about the building, we got to be real. Everybody don't want to come into the field. Everybody don't want to pick squash and yams and actually start doing the work. We'll have a lot of onlookers on the side that pro-woman. Yes, I don't mind the sister saying, well, what about us women? We need to get some jobs. But I don't have a problem with a woman working. I understand as far back as we are in the legacy game, we're going to need our women to come in and do the work too. So we need all hands on deck now. Everybody should be working, down to the babies. And it's sad.
I agree.
It's sad that it's like that, but it is what it is. So I say, that's why I tell us, let's stop comparing ourselves to the white man. Stop comparing yourself to the Asian man. Stop comparing yourself to all those other people. Because guess what? They've already done cut off your feet like Kunta and telling you to run the race. We on handicap.
And plus, they have already been through those phases. That's what this Dr. Amos Schwartz book was saying also. It was like, you can't compare yourself to other people because what you need to go through and what you need to refocus on, they already have done. So therefore, it's not the same.
Well, I think too, the importance of love, and I want to ask you guys too about, how can you love a black man and love a black man into wanting to provide and protect for you. I think what I want to do with black men and black people generally is if I start with a pure intention and the love really is there, the ideas will come as to how to get to the other side, on the other side of the pain. Because that's why you hear me asking questions and trying to figure things out now. But I think if I just start, and that's just maybe for me, and I think maybe that might work for other people as well. It's like I say, when we got off the ship, we didn't know we'd come up with the Underground Railroad, but we woke up every morning with our mindset on freedom, like that song says, and we came up with the Underground Railroad and its intricacies. So we are really just thinking from a place of pure intentions and love. I think some of the more specifics will come, but I do ask this of black men and black people because love really does heal a lot. And that is, how can I love you? What can I do? How can I love you?
It's a very good question. I'm liking this. I'm very liking this. Very good.
Well, if I may interject a little bit.
Before you interject, I'd like to ask the brother that read that section of Amos Wilson. I have that book and I have read it last year, and I did a stream on that book. So I did drop the link for you that want to know more about it. But that book was designed especially in two parts. It's actually the continuation of a first book that came out now 29 years ago, called How to Deal with Black Male Adolescents. Are you familiar with that, brother? Black Ambassador. So that book is supposed to be the template that leads into that, so that it makes more sense how to deal with Black boys, especially in regards to the system. It has go into deeper aspects of looking at beyond black and white. You know, what is manhood? The definitions of it. So what he has read is very pinnacle for any person that's not familiar with this brother's work. Amos, I advise to, you know, buy the book yourself, or you can go on my channel and, you know, subscribe or wherever and find the book itself. Now, I read it, but I dropped the link where people can get it. Carry on.
So I'll take the floor here.
Is that shot?
No, that's the Dark Prophet.
Oh, okay. Hi, Dark.
Hello there. So, I've been, you know, listening for about the last 30 minutes or so. And I've heard a lot about, you know, defining manhood, defining relationships and all that. But, and as Irene may probably know from the last 2 or 3 years of her knowing me, I don't think that other people can define manhood for you. And I don't necessarily think that other people can define a relationship for you. And I'll explain what I mean by that. I have a little bit of a saying, and that saying is, you have to be able to burn your house down if you want to look to the future. And what does that mean? That means that in order for you to want to have what you want to get, you have to be willing to lose everything, and not only lose everything, sacrifice everything. So whenever I go into these kinds of conversations, I don't start from the idea of, well, what can we salvage of Blackness? I go in from the idea of, what can I start, or what can we start on our own? Because if we're looking for a legacy, like, we don't have that much of a legacy in America, but we can't cry about that. Like, if we keep on going about the idea of, we have depression, we have mental illness, we have XYZ issue, we're going to be fighting over the same issues for a long time. And that's not just a Black issue, that's an America issue first and foremost. But Black people don't have the same ability to dwell on the past as white people do, just full stop. Like, we're not there yet. That being said, wait. Let me collect my thoughts a little bit, and I'll let you guys, you know, sort of say what you guys want to say about that, because I don't like to go too far without knowing exactly what I want to say.
It's fine. I'm just asking, how can I love Black men? I just want to know.
Wait, can you ask me that again? Because I have my speakers a little bit low.
Yeah, I was just saying, I've been on asking, you know, what can I say? What can I do? Wanting healing, but not knowing everything to do to bring that about. And so I was just wanting to know from Black men, especially these particular kind of Black men, what can I do? What can Black women do to love you and to making you, maybe not you guys in particular, but making more Black men want to provide and protect for Black women. How can I love you Black men? That was my basic question.
You can't love all of them. And this is my point I was trying to make, is that I think the Black community focus way too much on the people that take so long to get their act together. And we ignore the Blacks, men and women, who have their act together from the beginning. They tend to get put to the back burner, and almost all of our resources go towards helping those who became criminals, helping those who became parents too young, and so on.
That's very true.
I think, like, okay, having a job, paying your bills, that is the most basic of basics. Like, I'm not going to celebrate that as some achievement of manhood because you got a job. That's nothing. right? I'm 40 years old. I have never wondered about my masculinity, my manhood, or any of that. I worked as a kid. I worked in college, had a career in the government, had a career after that. Basic stuff. So for Black women, I would just say, you know, the ones who don't have their acts together, for the most part, you're probably better off cutting your ties and moving on, because it's probably going to end up being an anchor, not a propeller.
Well, what about some of the ones, you know, the Pookies and Ray Rays, who have potential with maybe just a little bit of love and guidance?
Okay, hold on real quick. I'm not saying no or yes, so I'm not saying that. So when people say, hey, they have a potential, how do they measure this potential? And then what is their trajectory of them coming out of that potentiality and reincarnating to it? How is that calculated?
Well, I think we all have potential. No one is born a loser.
So that's everybody then.
Yeah, I think everybody starts off wanting to thrive. No one's born a loser. Babies don't try to not walk and not talk. So things happen along the way. There's even a term in psychology. I think Irene has a degree in psychology. Learned helplessness. There's no term for born trifling, born lazy. There's not even a term. It's called learned helplessness for a reason. So are people in those states, the Pookies and Ray Rays, just for the purposes of this conversation, like that? Maybe if somebody can remind them, you know, hey brother, you got a talent, you have this or you have that, and starts to even introduce the idea of a possibility that they can be something more than they are.
I got that. That's not an issue. Let's say everybody is, okay? Let's just say that. All right. You said everybody has the potential. All said is that, what is your rule of measurement on where they are, how far they need to, how do you analyze that, and then how do you calculate it, and then move towards a strategy, which is going to be vastly different for different people because of their personal cases that they went through and experiences and information. And how do you get into the end road where you see the drastic change? When do you know to kind of, it's not going to happen into a further time? So I'm just not saying it's yes or no. I didn't say none of that. I'm just asking a question. We have to think about this and develop that type of strategic movement. Like for me, if I'm engaged, like, okay, how do I love Black women, right? That's my question to myself. And I have to love them where I find each one of them at. I can't appreciate a girl who's not in, let's say, she's not in a Pan-African ideology, and I'm gonna say, X, Y, and Z. I'm gonna have to come at her from where she's at, and then kind of, nurture that in a way, and then keep it pushing. And everybody's gonna find their path when they find their path for multiple reasons. This is one of the strategies I utilize. I'm not saying it's the end all be all, but when I do come across certain particular people, depends on their background and how they see the world, then I've been to where they're at, and then provide them some information and have a certain type of relationship and exchange with them. And then I leave it like that. Yeah. And then I just continue to go on. I don't know if I changed their life. I don't expect me to just change their life with one interaction, one conversation, but I can be basically a source of information that they could say, I know that brother crazy. I know I don't agree with that brother. I know that brother was kind of right. I know that brother was completely wrong, but it turned from I know then and I don't know. So that is kind of like a win. I would say that I classify it as turning something that people just don't know or never experienced into something they experienced.
So one of the things about it, and I guess I'm gonna speak, but you said you want to know how to show love to the Black man, or it's because love is taught. Love is taught. It's you got to teach it, because you learn to cherish. You learn to cherish things, and I would say it's an action. You know what I'm saying, pro woman? It's an action. Mm-hmm. And one of the things about it, and I told you, you don't have to. It's done by action of literally, hey, look up in your local area. Look up in your local area, find out what is needed, and start pinpointing it towards individuals. You'd be surprised if you literally set up on Facebook, hey guys, I talked to this temp agency. I'm gonna bust y'all over there if I can. I'll rent out a van. I'll take y'all over. Who needs a job? I bet you'd be surprised who's gonna hit you up. If you just got just 1 or 3 men over there, see, I ain't gonna look down and say, well, they should be happy. Why should they be happy to get a job? Because guess what? You put in the time and the work, and it's appreciative. Especially in the day and age like this, when literally a lot of these men feel like they don't have the ambition or the hope. They don't. As long as I've been in the military, as long as I've been owning my business, I would always be bothered that I would watch young men and just men, no, just black men in general. They lack the ambition to want to be a leader or be in power, especially when it came to being around other races of people. Like I would always, and I always wondered about that. I'm like, hey, are y'all gonna? You want that? Oh no, I don't want to be no management, Mr. Johnson. Why not? Nah, man, shit. Like when it comes to manager and employee, black men don't really respect black men like that. They don't. They'll tell you right now, just like black women don't like being around black women at the work. Black men don't like respect.
That's learned behavior, BMT.
No, that's
right out of it.
It is though.
Well, hold on.
So when we're looking at that, you want to start teaching and start going over stuff. See, you're starting to see black men are starting to seek out people that actually can say, hey, how can I get a job? Be that gatekeeper that literally you can start networking with temp agencies and different other people on free of cost. You can go talk to them if you need help. I can tell you how to do that through email. And literally you say, hey, any of y'all guys need a job, I'll take you down there. And hey, understand this X, Y, and Z. Start putting men in positions to actually start being able to fend and fight for themselves. Listen, I don't give a shit about this goddamn white supremacy right now. Because white supremacy right now is trying to put the Latin boy above me. So right now, the black man is no longer looked at as a viable threat. We don't even run this Black Lives Matter movement right now. We honestly can't. We can't even say who's running it right now. We really can't. Everybody got right now. We down to Santa Claus, Gandhi, and goddamn Margaret Sanger. That's who we think is running it right now. We don't know who's behind the damn train of this damn thing. But one thing I would probably say is maybe it might be time that we start our own doggone shit. But but honestly, it would have to be something that you start putting your men in power. You got to start putting your men in power and say, hey, I've showed y'all the keys, and this is it's up to y'all to do it. They'll respect you. They'll respect you. They'll say, okay, thank you, man. Hey, if you want a job, go to Pro Woman. Yo, man, she'll hook you up. Tell your friends if they need a job, hit me up. And you keep on sending them. You keep on doing that. That's how it's done. I got so many black men that keep coming to me complaining, we can't do this, we can't do that. I ain't trying to curse on Irene stuff. I usually just tell them shut up. I'm like, if you're gonna be a coward and shut up. But I want people who are willing to fight. I'm not trying to beg nobody anymore. You're gonna have the cowards that want to hang around the people that want to fight. And right now, you got to start telling these young men, because they look at some of these other people as more superior and stronger than them. They rather complain about a black woman than actually build up their own fighting force to deal with that white man.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, no, we're going to start training y'all how to be warriors again. We're going to start teaching y'all some set skills. But damn it, that everybody else is teaching their young men how to compete against your young men. But we ain't teaching our men anymore. Another system is teaching your men, but they ain't teaching them to compete or buck against the what set system. So you got to understand that if you want to be able to show some type of protection or love, you can go to Walmart, you can go get a set grants, you can go talk to the people that do the hiring at HR places, start grabbing these young men and say, hey, y'all need a job, hit up my email, hit up me on this, and guess what? I'm going to go help you find a job. I'm going to go help y'all find a job. Tell me what you got. If you don't got a skill, it's okay. We're gonna put you somewhere to work.
Okay. Wait. Can I say something real quick?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Who is this?
Dark Prophet. So I want to give pro woman a few answers, and I want to respond to a few things for her because I don't see, a lot of black women that are like her that are like, I really want to, relate to black men and all that. So I really appreciate that. So I'll say this first. I don't necessarily believe in the idea that all people are born blank slates and that all, negative behaviors are learned behaviors. I believe that's very false because most behavior that we do is just sort of latent primal behaviors that we rationalize post hoc. I've told this to Irene before, actually. So most actions that people do are going to be something that they already feel like doing, and then they think about later. So you're going to always be in a bad place if you start from the idea that I'm going to fix this man. Like, that's not your issue. And I'm just going to be 100% honest. There are plenty of good black men, like, just out in the world. You just have to sort of look for them. It's the same thing as me seeing you making an effort to understand black men and that being rare. That's the same thing, vice versa. But you have to look for that type of man. You can't start from the idea of I'm gonna fix this man. And I know a lot of the men in the audience are gonna probably disagree with that, but it's true because I don't believe that men should be getting into serious relationships or even thinking about having kids until they're like maybe 25 to 30. And that's lowballing because you should already start getting yourself together. I give most people until maybe like 21, 22 to start thinking about what they're going to do. And if they haven't started that process by like 25, then like there's no point. So that's first and foremost. And second, I'm going to try and give you a little bit of an answer to your what can I do to relate to black men?
Yeah,
I think that you asking that question is the first step, because I don't think a lot of black men are going to tell you this, but I'm going to be completely honest here. I think a lot of black men feel like property because a lot of black men are treated like property. So I don't like the terminology of our black men, quote unquote, our black men, or black men should be X when it's in relation to, certain societal conversations. Because when you start saying, or at least in my mind, when you start saying a black man should be XYZ, or a black man should be loyal to XYZ, that's immediately putting him into a box. And like I said, I'm reading the comments, Razi, that's how you feel. And I'm not saying that every black man feels like property. Obviously, I prefaced with that.
Do you feel like property?
Yeah, but just ignore the comment, bro. Just keep going with what you're saying.
Well, yeah. But anyway, because
how many of y'all black men up here have a family right now?
Not one yet.
None of y'all raising a family?
Nope.
No.
Happy bachelor.
Yeah. What he said.
Wow. So
break it down, BMT.
I'm gonna die a whole minority by this. There ain't gonna be nothing of us left. Lord have mercy, man. like I've sat in so many panels these days, and I'm hearing men get resources, get money, and I used to argue with Irene. I really used to argue with Irene, say, Irene, we don't need to be out here making babies. It should be like her favorite phrase. Are you freaking kidding me? Like, how long are you going to wait? Like, I don't, no offense, but no, this is why the Latins are surpassing us. And I hate comparing it, but we have no legacy at this point. And this is not even pushing back. Like, the one thing that we do need is we need to start building our family structure back. I mean, y'all. I'm not saying that y'all feel like property or y'all, but back then, if a man I focused on my job, I focused on my family. Everything fell into place. Everything fell into place, and I didn't say I started off where I wanted to be with buku money in the bank, but the woman and me and my wife, we built. And there was an honesty and an earnesty in that. Like, because guess what? Yeah, I don't think men and women are really putting in an investment. I thought I was out there working. She was out there working. We built. That's one of the sad things. I watch a lot of men and women talk about they want that bad chick, or I need that successful brother. Why don't y'all make each other? Why don't you look at her as I got that go getter and I got that successful man beside me. I got that powerful couple.
Wait, can I interject real quick?
I mean, I feel like man. I can't believe you find.
I feel like a man too. We went on different journeys.
I must say like this, because earlier you were talking about mental health and also men becoming successful, and because Black people don't necessarily have the status that white people have right now. So I think it's a bit of a double speak.
How so?
I think it's a bit of a double speak to say that we should start families as a broken community, but also say that we need to fix those problems. You can't start a family as a broken person, because that's where the issues really come from. The issues aren't coming from a systemic person oppressing Black people. And I'm just going to say that outright. It's issues, and I'm pretty sure someone on this panel said this. It's issues that have been ingrained for hundreds of years that nobody's bothered to fix yet. And one of the reasons why it's not been fixed yet is because, let's just be honest, a lot of people in our communities like having kids 15, 16, 17, 18 years old. You can't grow as a person and get rid of the depression and all of that other stuff. You can't do that if you have a kid at 16, 17, 18.
Okay,
that's actually wrong, because the having kids has dropped down substantially. Nobody's having kids around 17, 16 like that.
Yeah, that was an extreme.
I mean, I'm just saying because I said that
I know you said that, but that's a wrong statement you made, bro. That's wrong statement. Most people not having kids.
I'm going off of the implication that I'm going off.
Teen pregnancy is still an issue.
Now let me hit at this, but I'm the family man. I feel like I got my damn.
Yeah, the family man. Go ahead.
One of the sad things about it is this. And I can keep on looking at all these things. Now, first thing about it is, and let me just use pro woman.
Yeah.
If I took you as my wife, would you not trust in me to look at you for your flaws and help you build? And if you took me as your husband, would I not have to look upon you to help me with my flaws?
Sure, it would be a partnership, but you would have an expectation that I would have come to the partnership at a certain point of having done some work on myself. For example, if I was on a strip club and I just got out the drug rehab, you're probably not going to want to marry me straight out of drug rehab and I'm on the stripper pole.
Now, I like how you went to this training. So guess what? We'll work with that. Of you coming from a Jezebel lifestyle. Okay, and I guess I'll say I'm a crack addict, drug dealer somewhere finding Jesus or Muhammad, whichever one I found first.
Yeah.
So we both jacked up good. So that way now we have no talking points to say you this and I'm that. But they said, well, nigga, you just as jacked up as me. So instead of us keep on pointing at that you're a loser and I'm a loser, then why don't we start making ourselves winners? Why don't we start building? See, we can keep on. I noticed that black people, I swear it's like we master the art of tearing down each other rather than building. And you can produce your own success. The brother just read it out of the book of being your own producer. I didn't have what I have today, but I got there over hard work, and I got there with a woman by my side. I'm not going to take away from her, because while I have my family growing, she was at home taking care of my kids. I was out there working. When I needed help studying for these paperwork, getting these certifications, she was the one reading it to me while I was under the car hood fixing that goddamn hoopty to make sure it got to work to take them kids to school. See, there was a lot of cohesion going on. I wasn't a perfect man, but she saw that, guess what? I was the right man for the job. I know we like to go for these extremes. These
big extremes.
We jump to these extremes. And I'm like, God damn, am I in a comic book? Like, I mean, but honestly, this is why now the Gen Xers now, they ain't coming to y'all older folk. I'm not trying to throw a shade, but the Gen Xers now, they're just doing their own thing. They're like, nah, man, like, mama, daddy, you done messed up. Y'all ain't even trying to have a family. Y'all just shacking up and doing all kind of stuff. But I'm gonna take my girl and we're gonna leave and go elsewhere. Because y'all don't want to do it, so we'll just do it on our own.
My dad taught me no romance without finance. So my journey was totally different. I'm 39 now.
That's good, shot.
Exactly.
Now that's good, shot. But guess what? Majority of y'all broke. Majority of y'all broke. I mean, the brother just said property. So
First of all,
I'm always hearing all these 6-figure men getting on YouTube. I've never seen so many 6-figure men on YouTube, but then they have a problem cash apping $2. But I'm like, well, damn. You think with all this stuff, we've been and got paid reparations. All these brothers travel, divest, buy all these yachts, get all these trick in the holes, all these women buying all this stuff. But then when you ask them to do the minimal thing of buying a rental property, oh man, I ain't got it like that, dog. I'm on damn child support, man. Like that there girl done hit me up. I'm like, goddamn, dog. Why are you talking to us about
rental property isn't for everybody, right? It's not an automatic profit stream. Because I have enough money, I can buy property right now, cash. Okay, I'm in the middle of a sale, but I tried being a landlord. It wasn't for me. I got out of it. I'm a pure financial instrument person, bonds, dividend paying stocks, and so on, because I want to move and not be tied down. In my case, my father had me later in life. He had me when he was 40. So that was my example. He married my mother. She was 30 when they got married, and then I'm the result. That was my plan from the beginning. Get successful, save my money, grow it. And I did get my girl out of the strip club. Why? I wanted somebody hot. I wanted somebody who liked to smoke a little herb. I wanted somebody that I was gonna have fun with. I didn't need my woman to be my building buddy or whatever. That wasn't my dream. My dream was, okay, I want a playmate. I want somebody who likes anime and plays video games with me. I want somebody who wants to go to the club and party with me. That was my vision of what a romance looked like. It wasn't struggle. I'm 39.
Jesus Christ. Go ahead.
Yeah. But say my dad had me at 40. So he met my mother. She was 30. I'm the result. She already had a career. He had his career. That's what I saw. So what I'm saying is that I think the story you have, and I'm happy for you. I'm glad you're in a good situation. But I think a lot of times we see that they call it struggle love in the in the black woman area.
What would it be called if you made a lot of money and you went to go get a stripper? What kind of love would that be called?
Stupid love. That's what it should be called.
Because two people struggling together and then doing some whatever it's called, I don't know, struggle love. But then somebody who's like, hey, look, I was successful. Then I wanted somebody to smoke herb with. I'm not saying that's bad. Never. It's not my life. But nevertheless, I'm just asking, what kind of love does that make? Is that not struggle? What is that called? Like,
I'm not struggling. and she's not struggling. We just have fun together. We go on trips.
So just fun.
But that was, to me, that's what it was about. It was about romance. It wasn't about the pain. Because my parents didn't struggle because they had me later in life, right? They had me when they both have good careers.
Okay, that YouTube just made the decision.
I think YouTube must have just said, "I can't, dog."
Yeah,
like,
but
going backwards. We are going backwards.
Well, if you're stripping, no, wait, hold on. If she's stripping and you're selling drugs, y'all need to be in any relationships. You guys need to get your minds together, get your lives right. You need to not you don't need to be sleeping with anybody. Like you have things to work on. You guys aren't gonna get together, the blind leading the blind, trying to put some
I told you
I was trying to interject on that. It's like
and then too, I gotta ask a quick question. Like, also sometimes we gotta ask ourselves, like, what do we mean by successful, right? Because I never classify myself as successful nor financial independent because I don't have my own financial institutions. So I think pretty vast, more long term versus I can put my money in European markets and make money supporting European businesses.
So you're more of a tradesman, trading stock and like the
and other aspects too. But I decided to move myself more towards building nationhood, meaning like ensuring I could do property anywhere. But what is that? How does that affect my community? How does my dollar circulate? And this is what it's not about financial independency. It's about dependency and collaboration with my finances. So how do I make sure my finances touches my community at least 7 times that I can use when I put it out there? And this is where I see financial security and then financial building coming from versus me buying a house in a gentrified community, helping the white folks push out the black folks, or maybe put one black person in there versus putting my money into different areas of real estate that would be beneficial for my community, whether it be Treff Life or whether it be other things that I buy overseas or building a real estate firm over in Africa. Now, these are the things that I get into endeavors because I knew me gaining money and just making the money alone wasn't good enough. I can make sure I'm straight and then I got the good wife and the big house. But what about the rest of my community? What about the rest of my people? They reflect me and we're one and the same. So then I had to make a decision where I said, I'm not successful just because I make money and I got me a good job and I pay my bills and I got this much capital in the bank account. What can I produce? And I think that's what Dr. Amos Wilson was pushing. And I'm not trying to disrespect anybody, but I'm just trying to bring up the point when I said that I had a factory over in Africa, I got the reply, well, I can just buy something from China.
And what you produce in Africa?
That's vastly different than me just, once again, being a distributor. That's also good. That's not a bad thing. But I'm a distributor and a manufacturer.
But what you produce in Africa? Like what goods you produce? Like oil?
So we produce something locally, and then we produce something that gets exported. One of the factories is a mold injection machine, and we utilize those to produce plastic pieces for antenna pieces that they were importing from China. So it was about items that were imported from China. And we were able to undercut the competition locally and then cut out the external competition, which was China, by, like I said, having locally procured 8 items and manufacturing them from within the country and still importing just the 2 mineral resources to create that one specific item in a product that we were creating in Africa. And then also the other products that we supply.
Excellent.
I think one of the things about it that it just threw me off. And I'm confused at the logic that is going is because if we're talking about legacy building, then I don't know how, because I don't know how we're gonna win this fight in this kind of endeavor, because like I said, shout out to the brother who want to buy strippers and stuff. Hey, all right, but I'm not here to have no fun and be going to no damn club and shit. I'm trying to make moves that my kids can keep on making money. Like my son got a little lawn care business, but him and his buddies are pulling in $100, $150, and they're only 8 to 10 years old. That's to me, I'm proud of my son, because he's going around there cutting his neighbors and elders' yards. They getting their yard cut, he's getting paid, and he's making sure that him and his friends, they make money. But see, I taught them to steal. Some of the brothers are buying them the lawnmower blade. See how we doing that? See how we keeping that circulating? So nothing is leaving out. The black dollar don't even stay in the black community. How long does it stay in the community for? Like what, a few seconds, if even that? So
I give it an hour.
I get if it's that. That's pushing it. So I mean, if we ain't talking about how to keep that black dollar circulating amongst from me to BA back to chaos and back, then dang it, we wasting our time. And I mean, honestly, that's the stuff that we need to be doing. Like I said, I don't get on YouTube to be talking about this braggadocious stuff. I talk about policy. I want to talk about things that actually are tangible. Well, I don't know. Like we keep hearing about this individual winning, but I'm like, you ain't nothing to the collective. You're not.
True that.
True that.
So when y'all be talking about this, well, I make this, or I do that.
Before you came on, we talked about policy a lot. In fact, I was the pro-policy person for that, because I think a lot of what we need to do involves politics. We're not going to fix blacks in America from individual business endeavors or factories in Africa. Shout out to BA. I'm proud of you for your project. But I think here in America, we're going to have a political issue come up. It's going to have to be.
But brother, I just want to point out one thing. You said politics. I didn't say anything against it. So if I say I got factories in Africa and you come on and say, well, that's not going to fix anything. You see what I'm talking about? It could just be.
No, I don't, because I said,
you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't see why that is necessary. As men, I'm doing something that's very beneficial and it has results, and I can show you that, and we can speak one-on-one. But it's not necessary. When you say politics, I don't come in and say anything about that. I don't down that. That's something that you do, and I support you 150%. And I don't tell you that you don't have the answers or that's not going to do this. You are a grown man, and I respect you as a king, and you need to do the reciprocity thing. And when you see another brother doing something amazing, hats off to him and say, that's not what I do, but I definitely respect that. That
is what I said, because my view is that
that's not going to fix it, or any whatever. You said that's not going to fix it.
In America. In America.
But once again, that's not going to fix it in America. Who made you the King America that knows what's going to fix America?
But that's what my whole
behind that.
But you missed it. My whole political point is that Black Americans, right? The issue is the border. It's the border. It's foreign production, foreign workers coming in here. Do you see what I'm saying?
So what does that have to do with being at the factory and importing products for Black businesses not beneficial?
All right, but is your factory being located in Africa an example of offshoring?
Those are good questions you should have asked before moving into positions.
No, I tried to at the time.
Beneficial to Black America.
What I'm saying is this: is your factory in Africa an example of offshoring?
Hold on.
Hold on, BMT. Let him go.
Is my factory in Africa?
Is your factory in Africa
now
an example of offshoring?
The funny part is
I can't hear him. Can y'all repeat that again? Y'all both talking at the same time. Can you repeat what you said?
He asked me if my factory in Africa is the example of offshoring. And I would say that in this example, because I told you, if you were listening closely, I'll repeat myself once again. I said that my factory produces. Now, after production, you have transportation. The transportation
is like a cost.
The Black company. And then on top of that, you have distribution of the front store inside the United States of America, which is a Black American business. So two aspects of the supply chain before the consumer receives it after the transaction is in the hands of Black Americans. So it's two Black American entities and companies with people that are Black Americans throughout the business, and one African company from Africans that are from that specific country, which is Kenya. So that's how the supply chain works.
But what about if you had a factory
beneficial? Those are Black jobs.
Birmingham, Alabama.
So hang on. Let's answer all that, because literally when I came in the gate, I literally was talking about hiring Black homeless men and boys that are out there on the street. I literally talked about policy. That literally was a solution. I didn't come on here I came on here to talk about how to protect black men. That was the title of the show.
Mhm.
I'm not looking at individual wins. I can care less about individual wins. I'm literally taking my resources and trying to help other people. But see, I swear, man, I don't like playing this little. What are you doing if you ain't doing this? And I'm like, well, brother, you go ahead and do it then. Since you got some smoke, I will tell you what. You go ahead and go get nine young impressionable young men and go ahead and show them the way. And I will pat you on the back. I will cheer some pom pom and cheer y'all on right there from the side. But we quick to tear down each other. But see, and I watched how they did it at Brother Q. But oh, your school ain't this. You dress like that. And I'm like, at least he's doing the
Yeah.
work. At least he's doing the work. Why you ain't doing what you doing? Just like I support my black school, I fund myself. I support a black family. I make black family. I got 14 kids that I take care of and sponsor. And I dare a man to say something to my children in front of me. I will knock that fool the hell out. So I'm just saying that we got these talking points about tearing down. And on any of y'all black women, y'all need to learn how to fall in line and just be quiet. And if you ain't gonna support the black family, I don't know why y'all funky behinds are around any of the black men. That's the first thing. That's the first power you ever going to get is in your household. You don't got no other power, but you think the first power that you want to establish in the first line of government is your home. Everybody else in this country, from dreamers to everybody who comes to this country, is literally trying to set up a home base in their home. How is it possible they all trying to set up policies to make sure that they have jobs and family, but literally the black family is talking the exact opposite about tricking and getting out? Come on, man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's
No,
right.
what I'm
Right.
saying is, I'm saying
Trying to do
at the
what we
border,
for.
what I'm saying is for what you just said, I
Right.
believe controlling the border is one of the most important things for Black America, which means outsourcing foreign American capital going abroad, immigrants coming in to work, and so on, similar to what Barbara Jordan used to do in the 80s and 90s, if you remember her, the Democrat from Texas, I believe.
Now, I would ask you this, Sean. I'm gonna ask you this, Sean. How much control does the black man have over the home right now?
It depends on which home you're looking in.
Oh, well, I mean, last time I checked, I was told I had struggle love going on right now. But
No, that's the phrase that they say in the pink pill manosphere.
see that there's these pills. I don't take none. I don't take none of these pills. I don't prescribe none of this logic. This is all social media. I live in the real world. And see, in the real world,
why?
now, hang on. I hear you, brother. But I'm saying this, that the brothers that are the men that are grassroots, still going to the schools, still helping young boys at the football level, still going there tutoring kids with math, arithmetic, English. Mind you, our score levels are drastically low, but they don't even give our kids the proper funding. We don't have good health or education. Everybody's so quick to hurry up and get out of the community so they can go get that white boy's dollar. But when it comes to actually staying here and standing your ground in the sand, see, I always hear they say there's no money in the black community. But then when I look down the street, there's always an Arab store getting rebuilt. And I'm like, well, damn, what are they seeing that I don't see?
Mhm.
So they'll set up a store right there in front of you, right by your grandma's church, and get all the money for lottery tickets. But you saying that I can't set up no store with me and my wife and kids and get that same bread? Come on, man.
You can do
So
it. What I'm
BMT.
saying, hold on. What I'm saying is don't let them in. Period.
BMT. So you're saying to the black man that decide to take their ball and go somewhere else, they are engaged in what we call escapism instead of dealing with the problems in house.
Listen, I get you, Chaos, when you say escapism.
Yeah.
I understand that.
Mhm.
I'm just using what BA just said.
Okay.
BA, he ain't leaving. He's just playing the game of I can go get the resources I need for a cost-effective price for somebody like me to send it back to me here to hire you guys to do a job here to doggone get more resources done over there to be brought over here. Just like the Koreans, just like the Philippines, just like the Asians and Somalians, everybody has an out base where they bring their stuff in here for cheap and literally charge you at a high price. He's not escaping. All he's doing is funneling an underground railroad of resources into the forefront on the battlefield. But what I'm hearing, everybody likes to brag about how glorious they're doing, but I'm saying at the end of the day, you just a nigga. And you ain't winning, nigga. You losing. Because we all losing. I always get amazed that everybody like to brag about they winning. But I'm like, bro, you sitting on a goddamn pile of filth right now. And ain't nobody trying to clean out the goddamn field.
Yeah, you on that one.
All right. I get you, bro. I get you. Okay.
My point was just when I had said that, it's just that I'm not gonna, like, whether it's Shot, whether it's Chaos, whether it's Dark Prophet, I don't have the solution for all black people, nor will I ever act like that. And whatever these brothers say, if he thinks it's political, one thing is economic, I support you, man. You out here trying and you sweating and you doing what you think is best for your people. And to go against it, it's not progressive. Like, I don't know your work, I don't know your worth like that. I didn't sit down with you as a brother and look over your game plan and see how it's beneficial. So therefore, I'm not going to, say that's not the solution for what we need as Black America. Who the hell am I to say that for a whole culture of a people, that this situation, which is vastly complex, that we need to get through? We need many different perspectives. We need many different builds and collaborations in order to build what we want for our liberation. So it's once again, it's nothing but love, and hats off to every brother. Once again, it's not only me, it's other entities that work with me and other brothers and sisters. And it's hard work. Q Butter knows me. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'll drive up to New York with Q Butter. Like, he's somebody who's very important. I support him. There's things I don't always agree with Q, but that's my brother. So as far as him, I would support him because he's out there doing work. And same thing with BMT, same thing with you, Shot, Chaos, Dark, even Pro Woman, of course, Pro Woman. I'm out here to support all of y'all. Even if you said I don't agree with your position, it's completely fine. I'm not bigger than the whole movement. I want to see my people win. That's it. It's not about me having the right solution. It's about us freaking getting liberated and being where we want to be and where we destine ourselves to be. So that's what I'm all about.
This is how you love a Black man, when you see Black men behaving responsibly with maturity, talking about ideas, putting them on the table, disagreeing, but finding a common ground in the end. I think this kind of answers my question that I was asking too about how to love Black men. When I think this is actually very manly. What just happened, say, within the past 15 minutes or 20 minutes or so. Even the way Black ambassadors and Shot disagreed. Other streams, it would have been off into history.
You were punk, bro. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Dark.
Well, yeah, what time is it? I'm in Chicago. It's 2:42. Is YouTube going to cut us off? I'm surprised so many people are still watching.
Irene wants us to end on a positive note, so
I go for it, Dark. You got the floor.
Well, for Pro Woman, since you asked this question, I must ask you. Since you asked what you trying to attain, what you could do better for the Black man, my question is: are you feminine?
I think so.
Okay. Are you beautiful?
I think so.
I think, okay. Are you inspiring?
I like to think so.
Okay. So with these few, also, in regardless to, are you good in taking instructions from a man, a particular Black man?
I think I can work at it. Sometimes, sometimes I think about that stuff about, watching my mouth and trying not to snap off so much. So I think I can work at it.
Okay, so see, with these three things, including what I just add, if you have to work on this, then the first stage before anything of trying to deal with a Black man or trying to track ones that's a provider, protector, or even go far beyond, you have to be those three characters, including the instructor one, because usually as the quality man you look for, or what you say you look for, these are the men that expect this from the woman that they choose, and if you lack one of few of these qualities, then obviously, you're not gonna be picked. Most likely, they're just gonna feel it, read it out, and move on to the next one. So if you have to work on certain things, you always want to make sure that you, as a woman, you're at those type of levels. You know what I'm saying? And not just saying, but actual actions. And trust me, the men will know. You know what I'm saying? They'll sense it out. You know what I'm saying? Once you get through that, then we have reached those 3 pinnacles. You know what I'm saying? Especially in structural part, because I know a lot of women in the society, they feel they don't have the respect or take no instruction for Black men because simply programmed. So like always, you had to break down these little programs, why I'm programmed to think like this. You know what I'm saying? Not every man is going to deserve respect. I get that, but there are some that can't, and if you're not that quality woman in those areas, you're not going to find that. Is that simple? I hope that answers your question.
Hey, pro woman, I'm gonna link you.
Yeah.
I'm gonna link you a song. Wait, hold on. Let me look it up real quick. It's called "Personality" by Johnny Mercer, and it's a white guy. If you could bear with that, but that's basically gonna be my answer to you. Like, if you don't have the personality, I linked it in the chat just now. Go copy it before it gets flooded in the comments section. But yeah, I think it starts with the personality. Like the beauty is what catches the attention, but in my opinion, my humble opinion, whatever that means to anyone, I think it's your personality to boot. That's different for every man, like what personality attracts them, but you have to figure that one out. Like, I can't tell you who to be, and I can't like, as a person, I can't tell you who to be and what to be and all that other stuff, but figuring that out is the first step. Like, I get along very well with Irene. Like, yeah, I don't want to say this because it might sound inappropriate, but I like people like Irene. I think Irene has a pretty good personality, but no, every woman can't be Irene. Everybody's attracted to different sorts of things. You know what I mean? Because personally, I like women that have a sweetness to them, but also can get pretty snappy. Because I think that like snappiness is really like arousing, but I also think that I think that the femininity is attractive. So there's arousing and then there's attractive, and you need both of them, if that makes any sense. You need the physical and you need to have the arousal, but you also have to have that charm about you that makes the guy want to stay with you, if that makes any sense.
Well, I'll just add this. I think it's really important in a functional relationship, especially for just speaking to the women, if you're seeking a man that is established, that being attractive and all that is fine. And personality is also obviously beneficial. But realistically speaking, if you have a man that's trying to achieve things, you need to be able to network with him. You need to be able to get on well with his associates' wives and families. You need to be able to assist him in whatever his business endeavors are. You need to be able to hold a conversation that is intelligent when you're representing him as he is introducing you to his business partners, and things like that. You need to be able to stimulate his mind on a personal level. I think all those things are important. Obviously, being a good housekeeper, being able to be multifaceted, because beauty is important and personality is important, but then we're also partnering to function like in life. And so there's a lot of other jobs we have as women that surpass just how we look, or, if, we're witty or if we're funny or if we're, there's other things that come into play. So I think if you're able to be a good emergence for that, if you're kind of a Jill of all trades, then I think that makes you a well-rounded package for a man, because there's a million pretty faces, right? There's a million witty women. There's lots of feminine women, but somebody who is achieving, and again, this depends on who you're seeking, Somebody who is a high achiever is going to have needs that extend like past those areas. And so you're going to want to make sure everything about you is all encompassing. And I think like the checklist and Chaos, thank you for coming up. I just knocked you up because y'all, I'm old and tired, but I think, you know, every man's checklist is different, and we have to be ourselves as women so that we can be loved for being ourselves. And a man's job is to guide us. So whatever you come with, a man that knows what he's doing, he will build you up and inspire you, right, to be the best you. And so you don't have to come as a perfect package, because if anything, the man that you meet should challenge you and inspire you and give you the drive to want to improve yourself. That's when you know you've chosen the right one. When you're sitting there and you're like, man, I want to do better, right? I want all these aspects about me to be better because he makes me want to step my game up. And I think we all as women, we deserve that. And the same thing for men. You want to have that effect on your man where he wants to have growth and he feels inspired when he speaks to you and he feels like, I want to achieve more, right? So that I can, you know, give her more, so that I can build more for us, so that I can establish things for our family. I want to build more because I see that she's able to help me. The biggest compliment, I think, as women is when a man comes to you for your input on things that matter to him and what he's building. And so we need to just be that person and find our good match. I would say, just for me, what I've learned, having been a woman who's, you know, spent most of her life, you know, married, that I think that is really important. Anyway, I was hoping you guys could all, Black Ambassadors, we really could have just closed the last thing you said, so maybe you should have the final word after everybody else, but can you guys just kind of give your final thoughts and things like that? I think this has been so helpful for everybody, and I'd like it to go on forever, but you guys, I have far less energy than all of you. I'm pretty sure I'm older than everybody, and I just I can't go on.
I want to tack on a little bit about what you were saying. And I didn't really get into a lot of what you were talking about, Irene, because for one, I feel like we would have been here a long time. And two, I think that you have to want that in the deepest depths of your spirit to want to be all of those things. So that's another reason why I was sort of hinting at her that she sort of has to figure that kind of thing out on her own, because the personality is going to attract them. But you have to want you have to want what you were talking about, Irene. That's what I have to say on that one. But I will say this: you reminded me of two extra things that I would tack on that would be negatives, like if a woman did. Two things that I absolutely hate in a woman is, one, when she has like toxic friends, and two, when she's really, really gossipy. And that's the quickest way for me to not associate with a woman, because I think someone said something like this in the panel in like 2 hours ago, but basically that your house politics and all that other stuff should be dealt with internally. So if I feel like if someone is incapable of dealing with major problems within the household, then that's the quickest way for me to disqualify them. Yeah, that's pretty much all I have to say. So don't be a gossip, and start integrating what me and Irene said about the positives and what you can do to support your man. Start integrating that, and you should be just fine. But I will say this one last thing. This is the final thing I'm going to say. And it's a little bit of a caveat tacking on to what Irene said. you shouldn't have to be perfect when you start a relationship. You should want to grow within the relationship, but you should try to get as close as possible. Like as a human being, it should be your goal. It should be like pretty much ingrained in you to want to be the best person that you can be for the person that you're going to be with. And I don't think that you should go into a relationship hoping for that to fill some sort of void or hoping for that person to fix you. Like you kind of have to have a lot of that for your own self. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yep. And that's why my username is what it is. PRO, meaning that you are for something progressive, productive. That's why I named myself that, because a lot of things that I want to be begin with that prefix PRO. And I think I'm on that journey of wanting to be the best person that I can be, not only for myself, but it is a consideration in terms of wanting to be attractive to men and to people. And I'm not ashamed of that. There's a lot of toxic femininity going around, actually, where I've been in situations and have expressed, wanting to better myself, to be more attractive and increase my romantic market value. And some women have been like, girl, you don't have to do that. You good just like you are. So there's even a little bit of toxic femininity pushback if you express that you want to be better, to be and put your best positive attributes forward in order to attract a man, a Black man. So there's pushback with that. But yeah, so I think I'm headed in the right direction, and that's why I happened upon this stream. This has been like really, really refreshing to run across brothers with this kind of energy, because the other guys are a lot louder, and I think maybe they're more numerous too. And so I hear more of them when I'm just scanning around YouTube. And it's getting kind of tiring. It's kind of old. It's kind of silly. I do hear some of them even growing and evolving, though, like O'Shea. Names and names. I'm hearing O'Shea say, oh, I made a mistake, and I used to think this way, but I was wrong. And he's checking in with other men who may not agree with him on everything. And so he's going to get on code. So I am seeing some maturity in some other guys in the manosphere. Now, Tommy, he's hopeless. He's beyond, with some Black ambassadors, I think, was asking, when is somebody beyond, like, what is
No, let's not. I actually am very fond of Tommy. And honestly, in real life, he's a very kind person. I think he's got his own thing, but let's not say anything bad about him here. I know he's controversial, and I don't approve of his methods. He already knows that, but I think we have to deal with each other lovingly. I think that's really important.
Okay, well, I'll just say, yeah, that's not somebody I want to try to talk to at all. For me, there's no hope there. But yeah, so I'm glad I ran across this stream. It was literally enlightening. Like, I feel not only enlightened, but like literally lighter and better. Because the other energy that I was hearing so much of was getting to be a little bit heavy. And I'll end with this. There's an old saying by the Iroquois Confederacy, and there's a whole brand named after this one quote, that every decision you make affects the next 7 generations. And with that in mind, and I look at what's going on now and the likely outcomes for so many of these children coming from these unions, knowing that decisions that we make now can affect several generations, and I get a little bit worried. But then I come in and I talk to people like this and experience this kind of energy, and these kinds of decisions and these kinds of conversations will affect the next several generations as well. So thank you so much, Irene, for having this. I'll be around. I'll be in touch with some of these guys, I hope. And let's get together and build, and let's fight side by side.
Oh, and I know what it is that calmed you down. It's my resonant therapist voice. That's what.
Is that what it was?
Oh my gosh. But I do know that I appreciate your contribution to the conversation. I think it was wonderful. So I appreciate you coming up and spending so long, lending your voice to the conversation. It was really great.
Well, I'll link my email if you want to keep in touch with me. Let's see here. I'm gonna give you the email for my other YouTube channel. How about that? Because this one's linked to my student account for my school, and I would kind of dox myself low key. So,
Okay.
yeah.
BMT, you want to go?
Yeah, man. Like I said, y'all cutting into my whiskey time. That's as long as I've been without a drink.
Oh
I'm
my
getting
gosh,
ready.
that just makes me think of what Liz said to you.
I
Don't even.
know. Don't bring my little daughter.
My daughter was like lecturing.
And it makes you feel better.
It was like 2 years ago. Liz was like in you about it. She was like, "You should not drink. It is bad for your health."
She pulled out the Britannica book on me and started pointing to stuff.
This was literally like 2 years ago. She really like started telling him the side effects of drinking.
But you know what? That is the importance of having a legacy in a generation. That as the old get older, the young take care of the old and say, "Hey, granddaddy, put down that flask. You don't need it." And I'm telling you, you will be like, you know what? Eat the salad. Don't eat that steak. Eat the salad. You want to learn how to, find a good man. And I hear a lot of women, just like men, ask, "Well, how do I get a good woman?" Just put in the work. Stop focusing on trying to find a man. Just be a supportive person in life. And I promise you, most time people meet through working. Usually they'll like, "Hey, what do you do?" I work and do X, Y, and Z. Networking is key. You know what I'm saying? My wife is going to school right now for massage therapy. I have connections to the VA and government contractors. So guess what I'm gonna do? When the time comes and she finishes it up, I am going to wink, put her in a position to where these guys, when they go through their treatments, they are going to go to my wife. That's how you build power. That's how you build legacy. She helped me when I was going through my career. Now I'm going to push her through her career. So the thing about it is the woman should be a natural asset to her husband. Learn how to comfort him, be an advisor, and learn how to support him. And the man will make sure he supports and maintains you. Looking at the negativities in the extremes, that has drastically been the downfall. Get away from the social media talking points, pro woman. Stay away from them. They're gonna set you a fail. All you need, I'm telling you, all you need to do, work, be helpful, look for a man who's diligent and about keeping his eyes on the prize, and say, how can I help you? How can I help you? I promise you, that man's ears will perk up. Really? You talking about helping me? Well, can I take you out for coffee and we can just talk about it? And you'll be surprised. Find a man who has a plan. A man that has a plan, he's looking forward ahead into the future. Most of these young men or brothers and these old dudes, they don't even know what they're eating for cereal or what they're gonna do. But a man that has a direction and what he wants to do, where he wants to be, about how he wants to have a legacy, hold on tight to him. And you support him. And he will support you. But you got to tell him your dreams so your dreams and his dreams can coincide together and they can build. That's the whole point of building. So if you ain't got that, if you ain't talking about that, then you know what I'm saying? Like I said, I support those who want to build. You know what I'm saying? I support my family. You know what I'm saying? And that's just the thing about it. Women have forgot how to be a support. Men build, women support. Support the builder. Not try to control the builder, not try to fix the builder. How do I build a man.com? Y'all need to stop all that crap. Just support the man. Y'all looking at so quick to look at negativity. Stop with that foolishness. That's the problem with a lot of y'all these days. Y'all look for negativities. You ain't much better. You sound funky just like him.
DMT. Positive.
I said
No.
funky. I said funky.
Bro, no.
You can't say funky?
No, it's positive. No, we're ending
That
positive.
That is okay. You know what?
No, it's not.
Pray for me. Pray for me.
It's not. It's not.
Pray for me. This is why I have to drink. This is why I'm drinking.
That's your bedtime. No.
It's my granddaddy talking. Just be a good help.
This is why I could let you close out.
I'm going home. I'm going home. I'm gonna go lay down. God bless you.
Good night. Enjoy it.
Has everybody had their piece? Are we
No.
Shot?
But I'm quick as fuck. Oops, sorry.
Shot, are you good?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Black American woman, try to look as good as you can and find a man who already has it and believes in equality. I disagree with a lot of the gender role issue. I think we've grown way past that. For the Black American man, if you really want to protect the Black American woman, control the border, control immigration. It's much bigger than the individual. You have to look at the bigger picture, which is politics. That's it.
Oh, okay. I think we're to you, Black Ambassadors. You can close us out.
You already know. So shout outs to everybody in the audience. Shout out to all the brothers who took the time in to put their ideas forward and attempt to move us forward and together. So I will always want to end out of not my words, but scholars who are heavily versed in many things relating to Black liberation. I want to point out a gem, Blueprint for Black Power, by Dr. N. Amos Wilson. So before, I'm going to read something from Power is Not Sinful. And as we talk about the truth about Black male power, I don't know if I had that Black on there, but that's what I do. So the truth about Black male power or protection, it says, power is not sinful. We're going to talk about African or Black-centered consciousness, personality, and culture as an instrument of power, because ultimately, this is what this whole struggle is about, power. To a great extent, the problems that we are confronted with today as African people, as African or Black people in America, flows from powerlessness or our inappropriate use of power. We've been made to think that power is sinful and that to pursue it is sinful. But you cannot exist without power. Without power, there is no life. You need power to act, to behave in the world, and consequently, then we must interpret what we are about in terms of power. And we have the power, ladies and gentlemen, or brothers and sisters. We have the possibilities. We just need to reorganize ourselves. We need to organize our consciousness and our personalities and our culture and see them as instruments of our power and use them as instruments of power to transform our situation. So do not look at consciousness as some abstraction. So therefore, we have tremendous power. It depends upon how we align ourselves as a people and how we decide to relate to other people in the world, because they cannot have what they have unless we are who we are. That is why we don't have to spend a great deal of time always appealing to them and analyzing them, because we can better appeal to our own sense of self and our own consciousness. We waste a lot of time trying to transform them, when by transforming ourselves, they will be transformed automatically. The power is in our hands. We are not destined to be the servants of white folks. That is not the destiny of Black folks. So once again, I love everybody. Shout out to my brothers and sisters. I want to highlight what Pro Woman has said. She has reached out, and hearing those words, whether they're in the conscious or subconscious mind, where it's genuine love and a reach across the aisle to heal and to build, is very important. So shout out, much respect and honor goes to you, Pro Woman, for being in that energy and really trying to solve a solution here. So much love to everybody. And once again, stay on whatever your entity is, your movement, your mission. I support you 150%, even if you don't support mine. Much love, Black Ambassadors, and shout out to Irene.